beautiful YouTube family. Look at this. What is that noise? My phone's making noises at me. Hey, two. Who's that? Whose link is that? Hour? What do you mean hour? You have a new channel. What's YT? What's that mean? YTDC? What's that? And how have you been, mister? I'm tired. But what does YTDC stand for? YouTube something? What's the initial, the letters stand for? Oh my gosh, you're so funny. That's hysterical. Oh my God, you are so funny. You silly guy. Let me get your channel in here too. I love how you have your puppy in your banner. Hey, Vin. Okay. That's so funny, though. Okay, here's Tupac's channel. Hey, Brett. Well, it is good to see you. I'm going to give you a wrench. Hey, Vin. Hold on, I'm doing a little networking here, too. Here's Vin's channel. I know. I had some issues because my dog was really sick. Just give me a second and I'll tell you what happened. Oh my God, it was a nightmare. Hey, Judith. Here's Breath Link. I don't know if Brett will ever have a channel on here, but there's his link. And then we have Judith. Hold on a minute. Welcome in. Just give me a second because this takes a little bit because I got to grab everybody's links. Cynthia's been sick and she usually helps me with the links, but she hasn't been feeling well. So, anyways, I just want to say that the dog's food on the market is crappy. And we have learned a lot with this dog, believe it or not. Ty! Oh my goodness! Ty, I'm so excited for you. If you would have heard me over here when I was in your comment section, I was like, she hit her 100K. When do you get your silver play button? I'm so excited for you. Ty has worked so hard to find her niche on her channel, and she has done amazing. I've been with her for a while. I forget where you were at when I joined your channel. I know you weren't this high though. But she did a lot of work and her channel went boom. Yes. She's done amazing. It's really cool when people find their niche on here. It is awesome. Let me see. Hold on. There's Mitch. There's Tennessee. Oh my goodness, I can't keep up with y'all. So Ty's channel's put in there. Go check her out. I know you were so. I'm so excited for you. People get a kick out of my Hug Ho T-shirt you sent me. my hug dealer. I said, "Yep, I'm the Hug Ho." So hold on a sec. So we have. I'm gonna get y'all when I get back. I gotta go just for 1 second. I will be right back. And don't leave because I gotta take my dog out real quick. She was really sick. We switched her dog foods because we were trying to find something with more natural ingredients, and the food that we picked was terrible, and it caused her to be so sick. We took her to the vet. Thank you, Ty. We took her to the vet and she's getting better now, but man, it was a long road. I'm talking like I felt like I had a newborn baby in the house. I was sleeping on the couch. This is no joke. And I bet you every 10 minutes, this dog was running to the door panting because she had the diarrhea. It was horrible. So I met a pet nutritionist through YouTube, and I've never seen another YouTuber do this. She broke down all the foods, the companies, why their food's so chintzy. And we finally found her a really good dog food, and she's finally getting back to normal. But I'm telling you, I looked ragged. I was exhausted because I took care of her 24/7. So that's why I've been kind of here, kind of there, and it was bad. But she's finally coming out of it, and I feel so bad for her. And I feel so bad for the dogs out there that go through this because it's horrible. But I'll be right back. So give me a second. I gotta check on her real quick. All right, I'm back. Man, I'm out of shape. A dog, I swear, she picks at these spots to go to the bathroom. Yes. Hey, Mitch. Do me a favor, though. Slow down on some of the emojis. Have conversations with people. I like emojis, don't get me wrong. But people would rather you talk to them than spam at them. Hey, Betty. This is Mitch's channel. Ooh. No, I'm out of shape, Betty. My dog ran me around the yard picking a spot to go potty. Betty's funny. I like Betty's channel. Here's Betty's channel. Who else still in here? Sorry it took me so long to come back. Ty's so sweet. I've been following Ty. When I first went into her channel, I just really liked her because she's down to earth. She talks about things that some people don't want to address because they're afraid, and they shouldn't be, because the news makes too much drama. And I like her discussions on her channel. So I'm a mess right now, but you guys are going to get to see me because I haven't figured out how to do it. So this is me. My hair's a mess. I wear it in a bun. But I know that there's some people who's like, what's she look like? Because I'm always pointing down doing crafts. So at least now you know what I look like. I have an old video when I did makeup. And then when Corona hit, I let all my gray hairs come out and got my granny look on. And it's funny because my mom told me she's not ready yet. And I tell him, I tell people I don't care. I'm getting my granny look on. I got 6 grandkids, so anyways, if you're new to my channel, I own a used bookstore, and I'm at the junk journaling community when I come on YouTube. And what junk journals are is if you have a book falling apart or one you can't get rid of or just a favorite book, you can tear it apart and repurpose it into a journal. So I buy laces. I like going to a lot of craft sales. I like buying charms. So some of the people from Whatnot get to see what I do with charms and things. Because even if you have a necklace and the chain doesn't fit, you can take the charm off of it and you can use it for journals. So I did 2 different styles. I'm really not a pink girl. I do not like the color pink. But I wanted to step out of my comfort zone because my favorite color is blue. So I decided to make 2 Paris journals. And I was in a sale on here that had Paris. Somebody did a Paris journal and they had leftover items in the Defy auction. And when I bought one, the second set went to a artist, which is a person who has disabilities. And that's what Defy is for. It's a certain income level that people apply to become a artist on disabledartist.org. And Carehart on YouTube started this foundation for people to uplift people who were under poverty level to give them hope. So if they're in a junk journaling, they have to sign up, prove, of course, their income. And then they have a if you're a painter or if you're a junk journaler or if you're a pottery person, They gather the stuff up and you get supplies free every single month, even free shipping. And I really love the cause because I think when people can create, it gives them hope. And that's the whole purpose of Defy. And I'm going to stick their link in. Thank you, Ty. So that if you want to check them out, you can. So if you ever have like a D-stash or anything, we donate stuff to them and then they resell them into auctions to raise money for these people. So let me get the link in here. First, here's CARES channel. These are for people who are interested. And there's also the foundation's also on Amazon under the Smiley, where if you purchase from Amazon, so much goes to the foundation where they can buy supplies for artists too. But this here is Care Heart's channel. They have a Defy auction the second Saturday every month. Because they just had one. And there's a lot of crafters that make things too that people can purchase. They have a variety of stuff. And then here is, this is one of the foundations I love to donate to. Here it is. That's CARES channel where they have the auctions. And this is the actual foundation. And they're really cool because there was another, I believe, another foundation merged with theirs. And they were kids with disabilities. Here's the actual website. So you can go read about it and check it out. So what I did was when I go to sales on YouTube, I like getting my Sunny Fun Time mails. You're on my journey of crafting with me. This was a cover that I liked. And this is somebody took a ledger and made it into fabric. And these are what you're called signatures. And you take out pages, like I dye pages, or just random ones you have laying around your house. And then this is an unlayered napkin that's decoupaged over a book page. And you can use these journals for anything. This is lace. And these are journaling cards and tags. This is how I decorate my journals. And yes, I do sell them. And then here is an organza bag or whatever you want to call them with a card in them. And of course, you have to have copyright free stuff. You can't use stuff that's copyrighted. This is a digital kit I got off of Etsy. When you buy digitals, you can reprint them as many times as you want. And these type of pictures came from a copyright-free website called Pixabay. And you can get stuff from them to put in your journals to sell, and you don't have to worry about getting in trouble for copyrights. And then here is a tag that I ran through my Big Shot machine, and this is what embossing folders can create on regular cardstock. And then I like using some type of fabric or whatever I have, ribbon, all kinds of stuff for the toppers. Sorry, silk. We use all kinds of cool stuff. And then it goes on. This is the one I'm keeping. This is more my style. I like playing with more writing pages because I'm a journaler. But you can use these for anything. Write bills in them or whatever. But instead of doing signatures for the ones I use for bills, I actually have a big bite. It's kind of like those eyelets, I guess, is the closest that, you come to where you put the circles in. You could put one here and one here, one here and one here, and run elastic bands and tie them, and then fold your pages and put them in so it can be reused and you can take the pages in and out. Once these are sewed in, I just leave them. So, and then this is the one that's going to be up for sale when it's finished, is this one. And this is a Reader's Digest. And let me tell you what, when you take the jackets off of Reader's Digest, some Reader's Digest, even though you see plain purple, they have these designs under them. And they have some incredible covers that you don't even need to do anything to them. You just type in Big Shot Brett. I was at the right place at the right time, Brett, when I got my second one. I got a story behind the second one that I got because I can take it out of the house and use it with my grandkids. They run like anywhere from around, I think, $70 to $90 or something like that, depending on what you get. Because if you type in Big Shot, there's like a bunch of different colors. And I got the periwinkle blue one. Let me see what they run for now. Because they do update them sometimes. I think now they even have electric ones, but I don't like the electric ones. I like the ones that you pump yourself. Let's see here. They have the Sizzix. Let me tape it in. I'm not on the better computer. My better computer's downstairs, to where you can see this. This is what they look like. My cam downstairs is better. I have this one here. That one's out of stock. And I have those plates that go with it. And you can get the plates once they get bent up from using it. You can get these off of Amazon. But let's see here. This is one of the ones I got. This is $137.99. Okay, now I got a story behind this one. I didn't pay that. And then the other one I have kind of looks like this. It's like a lighter blue color. They're like $100 and some for some reason on here. I only paid like $70 or $80 for my first one because I bought it brand new. But this one here. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Stacy. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. The story behind this, okay, and this comes with a tray that sits on it, and it's different levels. Like, if you get the China ones, you can cut through paper, but if you buy the original Sizzix, like, you got to have different levels of metal dies. Some will cut through fabric. It'll cut through chipboard. It'll cut through paper, but you just have to watch which ones because there's different types of dyes. The ones from China, you can do paper, but you can't do fabric with them. There's like the Tim Holtz ones, cut through fabric. You get like these real thick metal ones and these real thin ones. So you got to watch what dyes you get. But you open, this is layered, and it'll tell you, what to open it up for to put through the machine. But the story behind this is really funny. Somebody was selling rickrack and seam binding on the Facebook Marketplace. So I'm going to share this story because I think this is funny. Alrighty. You take care, Ty. Thanks for coming in and congrats. You'll have to tell me when you get your silver play button. I'm so excited. Are you going to bring it live or do a video, Ty? But I went to meet the lady and I was too early. So I decided to go into our local, what is it? Salvation Army. And look around just to see what they had. Well, some lady come in there with a box. And she walked up to the ladies who were checking everybody out. And she says, somebody bought me this for Christmas and I'm not interested in it. She says, I have no clue how much it's worth. It was this brand new with dyes in it. It had the plastic things you need to use. It had everything with it. And I happened to be getting ready to check out. And I told the lady I was honest. I pulled up a picture of it and I said, this is what this is like brand new. And I said, how much do you want for the whole box? And what I had, she only charged me $39. I walked out of there and came home to my crafter friends. I said, look what I got today, ladies. I only paid $39. And ladies were all jealous because that's expensive. So sometimes if you're in the right place at the right time, you get a deal. That's all I have to say. And I was really happy because I was wanting one I could take out of the house because I do crafts with my granddaughters and stuff. So now I have one that stays at home and one that I can take with me. And I have one, it's upstairs and downstairs too, so I don't have to move them all around the house. Yes, that would be so fun, Ty. I can't wait. That's awesome. I got to see Locker Nuts get theirs too. They were so excited when they hit their 100K. Heck, they're almost at 200K now, or maybe even further than that. But I get to see them do the unboxings. But I think the most creative silver play button video I saw was Treasure Books, Ty. If you don't know who Treasure Books is, you have got to go look at her channel and what she did when she got her silver play button. It was absolutely hysterical how she did it. I don't know if I can. She does a lot of crafts. I don't know if I'll be able to find the exact video. Here it is. Unboxing her 100,000 subscriber awards. And if you haven't seen a really cute video of the unboxing of this, here, it is really funny, the video she did. It's comical. She did a skit, and it was really cute. I thought it was. But I get excited when people reach their goals, you know. I think it's exciting. I like seeing people thrive. And here's Nikki's channel. Let me get everybody in here. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Nikki does cute stuff and she talks to us. Yep, I know you will. I like your songs. Ty sings and she sounds so cute. Thank you, Brett. Yes, I got sucked into the Whatnot app and I love it. It's a lot of fun over there. I get to pick on people. Like I don't do that here. Hey, John. But Whatnot's fun. I could just imagine that guy's face. Ty, you missed it. He was bragging that he had a 12-incher, and you know what I said? Thanks for sharing your IQ. The funny thing is, though, Brett, this is the history on me that you don't know. I've been on here since 2001. There is nothing I have not heard. I ran a chat room for 6 years on Yahoo. There is nothing you could possibly surprise me with. You just can't. And a lot of people don't know that. But it's hysterical when males try to hit on me on here because I've already been there. And I think it's hysterical. That's why most of this stuff blows over me and I just go along. But yeah, Todd, that's what I said to that guy. He didn't know what to think. And every time a guy brags, every time a guy brags to me about their unmentionables, I stick in the little caterpillar. This is what I do. So in other words, you're telling me it looks like this. I can't help it. You have to play into it and just learn to have fun. That's what I do. And one time on Pal Talk, there was there was a guy bragging. I literally had a little hand thing like a magnifying glass. I go, where is it? My friend Samantha was rolling. She's, Tammy, you're hysterical. But yeah, I've learned to deal with pervs a long time ago. But that's funny. It's just hysterical. And I busted out so many scammers. You should hear me talk to people that try to scam me over the telephone. I play stupid. I get enough information that I can get from them. And then I follow our local news station and I post everything to them so they can deal with it on the news. And it's funny because I can only imagine the people I get laughing over there. But they'll come on the news and they talk about, hey, here's the latest scam. And I'm like, yeah, they're telling my story. But they don't mention me. They just let people know because I do. I hate when people get scammed. It's a lot of fun. All right, Ty. Thanks for coming because I know you have a busy schedule. But I always brag about you, Ty. Since I met Ty, I love this woman. I mean, from the very get go, because she really tells it like it is. We have discussions that nobody else talks about, and it's awesome. She talks about everything. Hey, Verna. Things that you feel that are uncomfortable, Ty will bring them up. And that's good, though, because we need more honesty in this world. And by the way, just to give you all a heads up, if you're in California, in the area of Stockton, or you know somebody there, please contact them and tell them to be very careful. There's a serial killer running around there right now, and it upsets me so bad that this has happened after the Dahmer series is out. I'm not giving that man fame. And ever since they brought it out, now we have a serial killer running around killing people. And the guy that reported on it, I watched his video and it's scary. You know, people beware because you don't know how a serial killer is going to approach a person. I studied them when I was in college. And even if you watch, you know, you try to be helpful. You know, like if you see somebody that's got a bandaged arm and you want to be nice and you want to help them with their groceries, do you know that that was one of the things that Bundy did to kill women? He had his arm faked, wrapped into a sling, like he couldn't do anything. And that's how he lured women and killed them, because out of the goodness of their heart, they were trying to help him. And yeah, so you got to be careful on every level when it comes to people like that, because it's really sad. But I'm going to put Sloane's channel in here so you guys can go check it out. I shared this link with some of my friends because I don't know what area that they're in California, but I'm like, just be careful and be warned. Let me get his story up. But I about died when I saw this. And plus, it's been in the news there, and I haven't watched the news lately. So when I saw this come up, I was like, what? So take the time right now and save this to watch later, or watch it right now if you want to. It is a really good clip of what's going on with this person. When you put a link in here, try not to do a video, Mitch. Try to do just your channel. Because when you do a video, you pull people away from the live stream that they're in, when they're trying to save your link. I hate to unmod people, but let somebody else do your link for you. Hey Jasper, hey Deb. I try to give people a chance, and I do try to teach them how to do things, because I know a lot of other people who do networking streams. Um, they don't allow people to be mods because they don't like following rules very well. And plus, there's a language barrier. Take care, Betty. Thanks for stopping. I mean, I try not to be too bossy, but there is certain rules when you're in networking streams. It's called common courtesy and respect. You don't tell people, "Hey, I'm live." Like, okay, I'm trying to steal all your watchers to my channel. Don't post videos in here. Post links when you're networking, because I hate that when I'm in a networking stream. And no, it's okay. It's a learning experience. But I hate when I'm in like I think Cooley Koi's link does that. People put just hold on, Jasper. People put in their a video instead of a link to their channel, and then people get pulled into the channel and they're stuck with ads. I think that is so irritating. If you're going to link your channel, just do your channel, not a video. So that way people don't get stuck with the ads popping up at them. It's all right. It's all right, Jasper. Hold on. I get sidetracked too easy when I'm talking about a subject and somebody talks about something else and I'm like, huh? And then I lose my train of thought. Just give me a second. I do that all the time though. I started talking about something the other night and completely just went totally off track what I was trying to say. And I thought about it later after my live was open. I was like, oh God, team, you didn't even get your point out there. I'm old. I lose my train of thought too easy. But here's Jasper's link. Well, what it is, okay, I mean, it's simple. We can discuss it. Yeah, I get confused too. I do it all the time, Brett. But okay, this is just some examples. When you're on YouTube, everybody runs their channel the way they want to. And I will tell you, there are people who do not like emojis used in their stream. And I think a lot of it is, I love emojis. I like smiley faces. I always used them when I was in chat, but I don't spam with them. When I use the emoji, I do what you just said, Brett. I put a sentence in and then a laughy face. Like, I use it to express my emotion at the moment most of the time. But sometimes you get these people in these streams and they don't speak to you at all. They just lines and lines and lines of emojis, and they spam the heck out of chat. They used to actually use those booters back in the day. They were called lag boots. And if you have a person continually throwing them in, it will lag out your stream. But some of them, people are monetized and they're showing up as spam when people do them. but everybody's different. Like I went into a gamer stream one time. I'll give you a good example. He got pissed off at me. I always make people mad. I've been on YouTube since 2017, and when I come and watch your video, I'm going to give you full watch. I will admit, if you are monetized and you have short ads, like a minute or something long, at the beginning of your video, like 2 of them, I'll watch them. And at the end, because I know that's how you're getting paid through AdSense. But if you are a type of YouTuber that you have 2 ads, a little bit of your content, another ad, a little bit of your content, I will not watch the middle ads. I only watch the beginning or the end, but I will not do the middle. I skip them. But the thing is, you still get full watch. I walked into a gamer stream one night who had 8,000 subscribers, and he was telling people, because we influence with everything we say. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just telling you that that's what I do, because I hate commercials. I don't even like watching TV with commercials, let alone come to YouTube and do it. But that's just me. But if I know you're monetized, I will give the beginning and the end. Well, this gamer was telling everybody, oh, when you go visit YouTubers, just watch 30 seconds, give them a view, and leave. I'm like, what? What? Why are you telling people this? I said, you have 8,000 subscribers and you're telling people only to give 30 seconds when you know that it's 4,000 hours watch time for a person that's monetized. And you are seriously only watching 30 seconds and leaving. To me, I find that a prick job. But it is what it is. The more people who follow your channel, the harder it is to give full watch time. And I might not do it all in one day, because there are some streamers that have 7 hours. Well, how I do it, Stacy, is I will do laundry and I automatically hit the likes. So there is a list of likes under your YouTube. If you go to your channel in your library, you will see new playlist, watch later, and liked videos. All the ones I like are under the liked videos that I have previously watched. So say you have a 3-hour video, Stacy, and I don't have 3 hours at the time. I will listen to about an hour when I'm doing and washing dishes, then I pause it. Then I come back the next day and watch the next hour. This is exactly how I do it too. And then at night before I go to bed, like I'm helping somebody get some watch time right now, I will turn hers on, put the phone down on mute, because she's a gamer, so I don't really have to watch the whole game. And I usually watch like so many of it to be able to at least find out what the content is to comment. But I'll set my phone on my dresser. I just let it run. So she gets the full watch on her video while I'm sleeping. And then I'll come back and comment. Now, it's a little harder to do that when it's like a crafting thing that you want to learn from. That I handle those differently. But no matter what, you're going to get the full watch time for that video. Because I know that there's people who strive to be monetized on here, and it is hard to get those watch hours. So that's how I do it. And then sometimes when I'm watching TV, like poor Brett, when he's live doing his sale, I have my phone sitting right here, and I'll have him playing, and I won't have him completely muted. I have it down, because at the same time, my husband comes home at like around midnight, and we're watching TV together. So I'm watching his sale, plus I'm watching what's on TV. And every so often I make sure to comment in his live to let him know I'm still there. But then I'm watching TV at the same time because we're watching a series called La Brea, and I like watching Law and Order's SVU, and all the series are on Peacock, and I love Peacock. It's like the best app ever. I don't care what anybody says. Peacock beats out Hulu, Netflix to me, and I watch it a lot. And there's a lot of old series for things like This Is Us and Melrose Plays that I watched clear back in the day. They're all there. So yeah, so I'm constantly, and then Brett's like, Tammy, you still there? I'm like, yes, I'm here. So because I'm still there, but I'm always multitasking. And that's what I do too, Midge. And it's really easy with the shorts because, you know, when you go to give somebody watch time, and then like tonight when this live is over, this is just to help people out a little bit if you don't have your own way of doing it. I go to the video, my last live stream. I'm almost to the end of it. My last live, I have saved on here somewhere, right in here. I go and I watch my lives, and as your name pops up into my live, I'll come visit your channel. And that's how I do my comment sections too. I'll wait and do my lives first. Oh my gosh, Field. Coming into pickle. I like going into Field's streams and picking on him. He is so funny. I go into my videos and I look underneath to who has commented. And when I heart them and hit the like, I visit their channel. That's how I keep track to make sure that you get watch time back. But that's how I do it. And I'm behind. I'm like 7,000 emails behind on giving watch time back because sometimes you do get behind. Life takes over or something happens offline. Yeah, I got behind. So I got some catching up to do. But to me, I keep track that way, Jasper. I mean, it's easier for me than to keep it on paper, you know. But anyways, I got to get this journal finished tonight. Because I can gab to you guys about everything. Brett. Only if it's after I'm off of here, I can. Brett has an auction on Whatnot. Him and his wife, they are so funny. His wife is so comical. I love her accent. She reminds me of Olive Oil or something. I don't know what her accent's like, a mixture of Boston and California. I've noticed people's accents when they have lived in different places, they sound different. So it's cute hearing her accent. Because at first I'm like, when I first met you guys and I heard your wife, I was like, where is that accent from? I could not figure it out until you told me. I know. She's funny. He had his first fight on his Whatnot live last night and I missed it. Darn it. I miss all the drama. And I came in after, but you have it. I mean, how you deal with it's the most important thing, though. You guys are funny. Brett, that's so funny. That's so sweet. Welcome, Spencer. Cherise. Welcome, Cherise. Here is, okay. So, Jasper, you were asking me, what is networking? This is networking. Right here. When you come into a live stream and you see people talking with each other, sharing their channel links, checking out each other's channels, that's true networking. James Gape is another network stream. Not all people do this on here. James has his own method of doing his network, and he's got rules too. This is James's channel. If you want to network and you want to meet new people, him and his wife, Sam, she has her own channel too. They network. That's what he does. Now, James doesn't, he only has Sam as his mod. And yes, you go in and he posts the link. His content is, if you show up to his stream and say hello, if you share his stream out, you can tip his channel if you want. He's monetized. He's going towards 50K, 50,000 subscribers. That is how he does his content, is he brings us new people to meet and talk to. The only thing I will warn you about on James's stream is this, though. He does have trolls that hate him. So I will give out that warning, because your numbers will fluctuate. You'll get like a bunch and they'll be taken away. It's because his trolls are messing with his people. So my thing is, go check out the people's channels first. See if you like their content, and only subscribe to the people that you like. You don't have to subscribe to everybody. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, Jasper. Now, I don't, because I follow some bigger YouTubers too. And if they don't follow back, I'm okay with that. If they do, they do. They don't, they don't. But I followed so many people on his stream lately. I should be at 3K, but I know that he's got people playing games on his stream who subscribe and unsubscribe. They're ridiculous. But for the most part, he does have good people in there. There are good people to follow in his stream. And I look at it this way: the good outweigh the bad to me. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, I do too, Jasper. If I like your stuff, I'm going to subscribe to you. You're stuck with me whether you like me or not. And if you don't have the Whatnot app, you don't have to have the app. You can get the app on your phone, or you can go to whatnot.com. And I'm telling you, if you are looking for vintage t-shirts, if you are looking for jewelry, if you are looking for Funko Pops, if you are looking for ephemera, like we use for our journals, you are going to get better deals than we do here on YouTube. Let me tell you. Whatnot's amazing. Some sellers, their prices are high. Some are decent. Some are really, you can get some really good stuff. Because I know it, like at our vintage mall, they sell postcards like $1 to $3 a piece, which I think is ridiculous. I like trying to get more for the money, but that's after the pickers have already picked them. If you go into the Whatnot app, you can get a pile of 40 cards for $3, $2, whatever they sell for at that time. Everything is an auction on Whatnot, but that's where I met Auctioneer. I met Thrifty Treasures there. I met Glitterbug. I have met a whole other set of people. And some have YouTube channels, and they're great. They're real supportive of each other. That you don't see the jealousy like you do over here sometimes when you like to strangle people. They're very friendly over there, and I really like that. Jasper. Well, Field, it depends. It's not sub for sub though. If people are coming, they're like, sub to my channel because I'm sub to yours, that word isn't even, it gets blocked in spam. They don't even like using the word sub. But the funny thing is, you'll go into some things, some channels, they'll say not to use the word subscriber. YouTube can't block the word subscriber. The word subscriber is on your button. When it says subscribe, on your YouTube button, that word is not blocked. But if you say subscribers or subscriber, sometimes it can go into spam, because I get the feeling that YouTube wants people to subscribe to people on other platforms to bring them to YouTube. They don't want to do it within YouTube. And I have noticed when I posted my own link, we tested this out. There was 3 of us that did it here on YouTube. When I post my own link, I lose subscribers. But if somebody else posts my link, I don't. But I just feel that when you're truly networking, this isn't about sub to sub. If you are going in and you're networking, to me, networking is not sub for sub. Networking is you go in and check out their channel, and if you like their content and then they like yours, it works. And you can't tell me the networking channels don't work, because I gained 301. So you can't tell me that. But you just go in and you check them out, like I said. Yeah, that's how I do it too, Field. I don't post my own link. I let other people do my link for me. No, Jasper, you can't, but there's times that you can go down into your subscriber list and you can visit their channels every once in a while. After James's is over, I try to go back to his video to the people I just subscribed to, and I click on the links and I try to go visit their channels. That's how I do it. Even if it's from the networking stream, I do it like I do my own live. I can't do it to every one of James's lives, but I'm just saying that I do try to go back to, like, when I got the time, I will go into James's live that I had just been in, and I click on the links again to make sure. When he does his lives and he puts the links in, you can actually visit at that time he's doing the live and giving, watch a short, a comment, and come back. You can do it that way, but I don't, because I don't want to miss his content. So what I do is I wait till his video is over, then I go in and I try to message on his lives. I don't do it in every single live, but I do try to do it. That's how I met Randy. Hey, Randy. It's time management. When you do time management. But today I was watching James's live, Randy. I fell asleep. I was so tired because I modded for Brett last night and I didn't get very much sleep. And I woke up this morning like around noon. I don't think I got to bed till 4 o'clock this morning. And then I'm back up by noon. I was dead. So I'm sitting in James's stream and I'm listening to him talk, and I passed out. I missed the whole second half of his stream. I do that all the time. No, you're fine. Hey, LT. No, I actually like modding for you. I have fun in there. Sharice, you got another subscriber. Don't apologize. It's fun. But I did fall asleep. I heard something. I thought I was dreaming, Randy. I heard something about a monkey and something about a guy named Colt or something. I don't know. I had no clue what that was about. I just kind of was like, hey. Well, Brett, I know what it's like to sell too, because I've sold on here, and it's, you feel like you're constantly repeating yourself. I know what that feels like. The longest sale I had, I believe, on here was 12 hours, Brett. So I get it. Believe me, I get it. And then me and my husband, we did the Quilters Estate sale last June. I was on here for 6.5 hours one day, 7 and something the next day. And let me tell you what, it kicked my butt. I told him never again will I do a 2-day sale. That shit wore me out. So I was waiting for these to come in. My little Velcro hickeys. I was tired. I think I just put this on the wrong end. Oh, well. Is it this way? Heck, I don't know. Let's do this. This will make it easier. You can make this straight. Why is that not straight? Better? Yeah. Yeah. So this was on Dear Julie. Julie gave me this idea. She did big envelopes for ephemera holders so that she could have a way to keep her stuff in order. So I made a tiny one. And when I did mine, I did with book pages. These are cute. So I turned it into a little envelope holder. And I'm going to put this in the back of this journal. I don't know why that's crooked. It's crafters and our perfection. Hold on. I don't know. It must be just the way it's laying or something. But I'm going to add this to the back. Get my glue. And how I do my stuff, because I'm a lefty over here, I always turn it upside down. And I'm going to leave the back open to where there can be like a little pocket behind. Just because I want to. Because I got to figure out how to put my signature in this yet. A lot of people want people to sign their work. And I like mine hidden so it doesn't take away from the journal itself. So this is what the front of it looks like. It's got the little flowers, and I did a little booklet here with my pink dyed pages. And it's sewed in with embroidery floss. This is just a black piece of cardstock I cut, and I put some trim, which is really cute. I don't know where I bought it from, but it's cute. And then these were 3 dots over a sticker with a tower. And then here is a little girl hanging from a bulb clip. This was bought off of, I believe the charm came from Michelle Scott's sale. Most of the decorations you see, the magazines and stuff, clippings that I did. Those came from the Defy auction. This came from Pearl's sale. These were cut out for quilt pieces. I thought that was cute. So whoever gets this is going to have plenty of writing area. I don't like to over decorate, but when I do my journals, I flip through the front and I flip through it backwards. This is a digital. And then, of course, I put these on from a punch that I have. These are the signatures where I sewed the pages into the book. Those are the butterflies. And then I'm going to do a quick flip through. I'll probably do a video on this later. And then this was a little bag that I got. And I just stuck this tag in it so it wouldn't stick. If I'm going to leave that tag in it or not, I probably could because it is cute. It says Paris on it. You could probably put a card in here or something. But I don't know. Whoever ends up with the journal, you could do with what you want. And then this was another part of that digital kit. And then there's a little purse. And then we have a tag that I made. This was from upcycled cardboard. You could use cereal boxes, cracker boxes, pizza boxes, whatever you have. And I put a napkin that was unlayered over a book page. And there's a girl, somebody sent that to me off of, I believe this came off of a Whatnot sale. And then I used a button and a little doily thingy up there, and there's Nuvo drops. I made a little heart with Nuvo drops. And then this picture I thought was cute. This came off of Pixabay because when you type in French or Paris, you get really cute pictures. More of some of my dyed pages. It's an eclectic one because it's got a mixture of everything. And then here's butterflies on this signature. This is an altered paper clip where it's just got a fancy envelope with a cover in it. This is restaurant. I think this was a cover of a book because I could see like a tear right there. But that's cute. Secret journaling card. And then we hang these over, and you can always get a plain envelope and decorate them too. And then this is just Sorry Silk on a paper clip that I trimmed down. It was a little longer, but I trimmed it so that it didn't go over the lace. More of my dyed pages. This is yellow, orange, and then this is bought pages. I just took whatever I had laying around my house. And these are like curtains, it looks like, or something that somebody had. I think this came from Michelle Scott's sale. And then here is, this came from Rosie's Crafty Shack sale. This is a Pixabay picture. And this is Sorry Silk. And these are secret journaling cards. I love journaling cards. I have a big fetish with journaling cards. That's where postcards and stuff like that comes into me. That's why I love them. Another digital again. Now this one I did different. I had fun with this. I can't tell you how many times I have sat and thought, I make tons of envelopes, homemade out of book pages. And I was thinking, I don't want it this way because every time I was trying to figure out how to do it, you know, where the envelope looks like an envelope to turn it around. Like, for instance, this is what they look like. I love making these out of pages and magazine pages. Let's see if I can pull one up here. Do we even have any left? I take book pages because we don't like to leave, you know, when we got a book, we don't like to leave the pages blank. Like, I mean, garbage, I mean. So I take the pages and I make these sometimes where it's a double tuck. and I just distress the outside, and then I use my stamps, and there's like a double pocket that you could put in a book too. But my little tiny envelopes, they're so easy to make. And darn it, I don't have none up here. Okay, I'll just show you. This will make it so much easier to explain. When I take the book page out, okay, I don't have to coffee dye this because it's already vintage looking. It could be from a smoker's house, who the hell knows? Or it could be just aged. You can never guarantee if something comes from a smoker's house or not, especially from the 1800s or wherever you get your book from. So I love it when crafters sit here and say, is that from a smoker's house? It's like, dude, I got it at an antique mall. You think I can guarantee that? Probably not. So I don't get picky over stuff like that. So this is how I make mine. Remember, this is from a left-hand point of view. I fold tip to tip, and then I cut straight up this side, turn it around, and I go straight up this side, move those pieces aside, so then when you open it, it looks like this. Then you take this and you fold it, and you take this and you fold it, and all you do is get your glue. Come on. And you take your tips. I do these so fast because I'm used to doing them, and I was doing them one night. Somebody's like, that's so cool. But if you type in Google search envelope templates, it shows you a bunch of different styles. Then I take this piece and I fold it up, and I put a little bit of glue here. If it comes out of the bottle, and I put it in place to where you have a little cutesy envelope. That's how I do them, quick and easy, not fancy. Well, I've been looking at these and I've been thinking, what can I put in these to make them decorative? Because sometimes stuff will fall out because they're so tiny. I had thought petals of flowers. I had thought, a lot of people put like little messages or something in them, and I decided to do something different. Don't know if another crafter's ever done this. Don't care because, people just get too bent over stuff like that. So I was looking at this. I thought, I'm going to flip the sucker over because I wanted to decorate it. So that's what I did. I flipped it backwards and I played with sparkles and different things, and I turned it into a back tuck instead of a front. That way I could back this little piece of mappage that's in France that I got out of the magazine clipping thingy. And look how cute that is. So I'm going to do the backward envelopes. And if somebody else did it already, oh well. It was my idea because I didn't see it anywhere. But I don't care if people give me credit or not. I'm not going to be a complainer. And then I thought it was cute. I didn't ever thought to put one in backwards. I like it. And then this here was fun. I like playing with Nouveau mousses and different things. So this is a stencil. Got to give texture. And if somebody gets this, they want to color over it, more power to them. And I think I flattened that butterfly. Oh my God, it killed my little paper butterfly. It's supposed to be smushed. Its wing got smushed. Okay, so most of the time I prefer to do these with cardstock instead of paper because they hold up a little better. But its wing was squished. I fixed it. This is something I did with my Big Shot. And I will tell you this, if you haven't played with the Big Shot, make sure you have a really thin, pokey tool, because you definitely need to clean out your dies because paper will stick in them. And then this is the last signature. And this is a magazine picture back with my yellow dyed paper. Then down here in the corner, I gave a secret journaling spot. And then over in this one, I did beads hanging from Sorry Silk. This is the first time I ever did that. I thought it was cute. And it says Romantic Paris, and there's a little stamp. Look at that stamp there. Brett, check it out. This was a sticker, though. It wasn't a real stamp. It says something about 90 cents on it. But it wasn't real. Came off a sticker pad. But we do like stickers for that reason. They're decorative. Because he sells coins and stamps in his auctions. There's a journaling card, another piece of lace, another napkin. More of my coffee dyed paper. I'm yet to tea dye. I haven't tea dyed yet. And then here is my coffee dyed back, because you can take magazine pictures and back them with stuff, so you know people can write on them or make it look grungy. And then this is what they call a belly band. And there's a little tuck right there, and that goes underneath. And here's 2 more butterflies. And this is my blue dyed paper. Coffee dyed. And then over here. And what's great about these, they range all different prices. You have people that start from scratch. They do book boards and make journals. They buy the albums from the 1800s and turn them into journals. Those albums with the cabinet cards. The most expensive one I ever seen sold was $500, and that was Johnny. She made one out of 1800. It sold for $500 on Etsy. It was beautiful though, because they're originals. This isn't like going to the Dollar Tree and spending $1 for a journal because there's a whole bunch that's made the same. The reason why they are costly in different ranges is because they are originals. You know, I had a friend and I were discussing about digitals, and a lot of people don't like using the digitals because they use the originals to make it more original, if that makes any sense. They'll use like the original postcards and originals. They don't turn them into digitals. But my philosophy on the digital thing is this. You could give Jasper in here a digital set. You can give Stacy a digital set, and you can give me a digital set, and I guarantee you they will not look alike. We will still see the digitals in our own eyes and create something completely different. So to me, digitals still can be originals, even if other people have copies, because we don't see the same visions. So that's why I like using digitals, because sometimes I think the digital papers are prettier than some of the paper pads. I was blown away by some digitals that I picked up. And they're cheaper. And when you buy an original paper pad, like off of Stamperia or whoever you buy from, you more than likely you're going to have like 2 sets to complete an entire journal. And they're expensive to buy them, 12 by 12s. But if you buy a digital, you pay like $5. That sucker's yours. Like, you can print it off as many times you want. Use it in other projects. It's always going to be printable over and over again, where your paper pads are not. So to me, that's why I think it's crazy these paper lines retire. I don't know why they don't turn them into digitals once they retire. Could you imagine how much fun that would be? That's just my personal opinion. They'll probably never do it. But oh well. I think they should. Hey, paper lines out there, if you ever watch this video, turn them into digitals. Quit retiring that stuff and taking it from us. And here's a card from Pixabay. And I do love that people, Pixabay allows you to use their stuff copyright free, because we need stuff as crafters. And some of us just can't afford to keep buying stuff. And this was another cardstock I ran through. I really, really love embossing folders. This is the first time I've used them. I've had them, but I wanted to incorporate them into this journal, so I was happy. They turned out really pretty. And then we get to this part, and there's a little tuck back there. And I think what I might do is maybe put a tag back there with my initials and the year I made it. And then that's pretty much almost done. Thank you. And then when you get it and you're done writing in it, you can set it up on your shelf this way or this way. And there you go. It's got the little thingies, and I think it's cute for pink, even though I'm not a pink girl. And I do go back and I read things I miss later. I missed a couple comments in my last live, and I feel bad, but it's hard to craft and catch every little thing. But I do go back and I read what y'all say. Uh-oh. Brett's shopping for us crafters. You better head to Whatnot and fight me for his stuff. I like silver, pewter, colorful. It doesn't matter. I just like charms, period. And one thing to remember too is you can get a bag of charms. I got a bag of 100 for $20 off of Amazon. So it all depends on what you're looking for too. Like I have themes in my head on my bucket list. So when I get charms, if it's in like a set and I don't end up using them, they'll probably come up in a sale later. Or happy mails, and stuff for other people. If I know people are working on certain things, I try to find stuff. That's one of the things I love about my crafty buddies. Once I get to know their favorite things, it's easy for me to do happy mails for them. Oh no, Brett. Oh my, yes. And you can change the colors. I have Brett, they have a wax out. They come in tubes. And I have some of them I haven't played with yet, but I have the rose gold color and a couple others where you can actually change the color of the charms to what you want them to be. And those are really cool too. They're called waxes. You learn a lot from crafters, like even during their sales, they'll talk about an item. This is my favorite kind of seller on YouTube when they sell craft supplies. And this is one thing I can say that Maddie is very good at, is she is one of the crafters that will come out, and if you don't know how to use something and she does and she'll do a demonstration. Or if you don't know what something is, all you have to do is ask her and she'll explain it. I can't tell you how many times in the middle of a sale, she'll lay out, her stuff, like her plastic. She's really good at her sales. She really is. She'll lay out the plastic and she'll just start for protection. She'll start using alcohol inks and just anything you want demonstrated. She'll show you how to do it. That's one of the strong points that I admire about her sales. The point I don't like about her sales is she can't keep people straight. She messes me and Tammy Hallwood up so much. It's absolutely funny. It cracks me up because I tell Tammy, I said, I think you got part of my order again. And we have to sort our stuff out, but it happens. I guess because there's two Tammys. I don't know. I personally would use my last name. My last name is so much easier than just using Tammy. She could just put my last name right on her paper. She knows what it is. It's only 5 letters. But she always gets me and Tammy Hallwood messed up all the time. But other than that, her sales are a lot of fun. She plays games in them. She has, like where you can win things cheaper and stuff like that. I know, it's awful. Oh my God. And I mean, it's easy and it does happen, but it's funny. So if you want to learn just off the top of your head, Brett, what, I'm telling you, I do recommend her sales. I don't know if she still leaves them posted. I know there for a while she was taking them down after so many days. Let me see if she's got one up. I'll give you a really good demonstration on her. When you get a chance, watch this link, Brett, when you have the time, because she's very explanatory. I can't tell you how many times I would see a product as a new crafter. There's Maddie's link, and I'd be like, what the hell's that? Because I'm a newbie. And here comes Maddie whipping it out and throwing it on the table. So, and I told her that many times. When I've even talked to her in private, I have told her. To me, that is one of her strongest points. Is she's not only a seller, she teaches while she's selling. And that I have always admired about her sales. Another person that's really good at demonstrating certain household items and things that you can use is dear Julie. And I'm going to stick her in here too. She blows me away. Julie's got a Patreon and everything. She's got a really good following. I have a couple of her journals too. And she also sells journaling kits. Oh my God, this is terrible. I can honestly say here now, and you're my witness, Jasper, one time I spent a buttload. Now, this was planned, though. I told my husband I don't have a lot of tools, and I didn't have a lot of stock when I first was starting to build up my crafting room. And I said, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into Maddie's sale tonight, and I'm going to spend a lot. Because I was trying to get bulk build up because I'm so afraid stuff is going to retire or prices are going to go up. And that's exactly what's happened. Prices have skyrocketed. I'm so glad I did this before the inflation hit. $400 is the most I have ever spent on a sale. Ever. I thought my husband was going to kill me. Told him, I said, I spent $400 at Maddie's sale today. He's, what? But then he knew. He says, it's okay. We can afford it now with overtime. He says, but then just be careful after this. And he didn't say anything. So I thank God he backs me on this. And I did. I got the big bite. I got a lot of tools I didn't have. I got built up on a good bit of supplies, and I love it because I can't do that now. Now I'm on a budget. But yeah, 400 was a lot. I thought that was a lot. I was even biting my lip on that one. But a lot of people see my Sunday Fun Time mails and they think I have all this money. And I'm like, you don't understand. Some of these sales were from like 2 years ago that's going to be coming up because what it was, the sales are not my videos. They're not my main videos. 5 days a week, I do book videos because I own a used bookstore and I read the synopsises and I do 10 books per video and then I put them in the Facebook marketplace because you can post 10 different pictures. That's why I pick them and I put lots. When my bookstore was open to the public before Corona, I did booked videos 5 days a week. So you know this, Brett, because you're new. My shopping videos were only for the weekend because I could upload them to YouTube as a private video. They don't show public till I put them as public. So they were my backup videos as I was building my craft room when I started getting into crafts. I would do the videos just as a fill-in on the weekends because I could be at my daughter's party and you wouldn't even know I wasn't here because my videos are pre-recorded. And all I have to do is go into the preferences and set it to public and poof, there it is. It only takes me 2 seconds. And that's how you build up your YouTube videos. I have 1,700 videos on here since 2017, and that's how I did it. And that is a tip. You can upload 20 videos to private and release them. Like, say you're going on vacation for a week and you're not going to be near your computer. People think you're still on YouTube, but you're not. You're on vacation. And all you're doing is just making each one public every day. So that's how you can get away with that on YouTube. So that's how I did my life. My shopping videos were not the main. But then when coronavirus hit, my store was shut down. I haven't been down there doing what I'm supposed to be doing because I have licensed a store. My store has a license. It's in the bottom of my house. It has its own parking and everything. People came right into it's like the basement where it's a huge rec room. I turned into a bookstore. And I worked another job on the weekends. I was working 7 days a week. My bookstore was open from 11 to 7. And I was working 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon on Saturdays. And then Sundays, I was working afternoon shift, private in-home care, taking care of elderly people for a company. So I didn't charge anything to open my store. I paid cash. So I didn't want to be in debt because I had a book came in. It said how to start a small business. Most mom and pop shops cave because it's too hard when you're leasing and stuff. Where me having my own house, that saved me leasing, renting, and all that. Now you can count your electric and certain things like I was taught how to bookkeep this where I count the water that I use because I do have a bathroom in my store and that kind of stuff. And if I had to buy supplies, I have a bookkeeping that I turn into my taxes every year. Yes. And me and you were talking about what happened last night. I had 3 people, males especially, that need to keep their tongue in their mouth, came into my bookstore telling me how to run it. And I'm like, what? I told 3 males off since I've had my bookstore open. And like, who the hell do you think you are to walk into my store and tell me how to do it? If you don't like my setup, you see that door, you can get the fuck out it. And this guy says, I'm giving you a bad review. I said, you know what? It's my fucking house. Do you think I care? This is private property, dude. This isn't a public leased building. I can tell you to get the fuck out of my store and get away with it. And I did. And he put his hands in the air. I don't know what it is about males thinking that they can boss women and tell them what to do. I get so pissed off. It's like, don't even go there. Because I'm exhausted as it is working 7 days a week to where the second Friday, my head's like on my desk wanting to pass out because taking care of elderly is not an easy job. And it's true. They're terrible. So I don't like that. Somebody comes in, when I go into somebody's sale respectfully, if they're having some issues and they want suggestions, that's different. Or if I ask your opinion, that's different. Don't come in here and tell me how to run my store. Oh my God, they were so prickish. And then I had a guy who was a businessman who was actually really nice. He came in from Pittsburgh and he said, I really love the way you have your store set up. He says, because, the library sometimes can get even overwhelming to some people because there are so many subcategories. My store is set up to where autobiographies, self-help, and educational college books or anything like that is all in my educational section. Because self-help to me is educational, and so is somebody's life story that you can learn from it. And I put them together. I am not going to subcategory my stores because this is how I look at it. And that's why these guys didn't like the way I had it. I'm like, I don't care what you think. But when I stand in Walmart, back in the day when I was a kid growing up, there were 3 types of cough medicines. You stand at Walmart or someplace like now and you're like, what? You got like a whole row and you're looking for symptoms just to downsize what the hell you're going to pick. And I think that's overwhelming to some people because I know it is me. My husband will even sit there and say, God, I was looking for a half an hour and I can't find the right medicine. It's ridiculous. So when I did my bookstore, we have a retirement village right up the street. And I made mine simple. And I got a lot of good feedback because of it. I have elderly people that would come in. They're like, I love the way you have this done because it's so simple to find stuff. And I like that type of feedback. So when these 3 guys come and tell me how to run a DM, I am not the library. My action and suspense is sci-fi books, serial killer books that are made up. I have true crime separate. But anything that puts you on the edge of your seat, that's in my action and suspense. I'm not dividing them into all these mini little categories. I don't do that. Then I have a true military section with those kind of stories. And then the fake military stuff that's made up, I had that in the young adult section. And my young adult section is everything that you would learn like in middle school. There's no pictures in the book. It's more for, stuff like you would have in what like creative writing and old stuff like that. And then my children's section, I had done where it went kind of like from little kids to like 7-ish to where they were like, like you had baby books. They were all done in colorful crates sitting on a table. And then I would have all pictures like the Babysitters Club. It would start out with little, hard books for the little kids all the way up to like Babysitters Club where it was just starting to where the pictures were diminishing. And my kids loved it because I made it to where they came in and could flip through the books in the carts because the books were set up like this in the carts. And that's how my store was set up. Very simple. And it went into a loop. Like you could come in my store and walk around. And in the center, there were greeting cards. So you could look at all the books. And then I had a romance section and stuff like that. But it didn't get explicit. Like it was simple. And I had a video on Google that showed the inside of my store when I started. Now it's a mess. Because when COVID closed my store, I leaned more towards the Facebook marketplace. So what changed everything was COVID. And I would post the books on YouTube. Then I post the books in the Facebook marketplace so my customers could say, hey, I want to pick up these books. Can I stop by your house? Excuse me. And we would make plans and I would hand them off books on the side street by my house. And then some people I would mail. And how I do mine, Brett, is I don't have to figure out shipping. I put as a special order on my Etsy. You can pay any way you want, and I can also do it media mail. And that's the one thing I don't like about Whatnot is they don't have media mail shipping because that's the cheapest for book weight. So that's why I haven't sold on Whatnot. If Whatnot had it built in to where you could post the order and people could come and get it and I could change it to media shipping, then I would. But I don't like using Macari or none of them because they don't do your shipping for you. And to me, it saves the headache. I don't like it when something doesn't do the shipping and I have to figure it out myself. So in Etsy, it's all done. Etsy takes PayPal, your credit card payment, whatever you want to pay with, you know, you can pick your own shipping. But I set up the books as media for people. The only books I have ever sold live, Brett, has been books from the 1800s when I've had a craft sale. Then that's different. It's like all for the crafting community. But I haven't had one of those in a while. I used to sell once a month. And then so many people were selling, I couldn't keep up with it. So I took it down to just when I have a collection or I hit an estate sale to where I can get a whole bunch of stuff together and do it. I haven't had a sale since the June before last. That's how long it's been since I've had a sale. But I have my own scales and I have my own shipping stuff. That's why I told you about the USA mailers because they're really reasonable. How I found the USA mailers, there's a story behind that too. I was in the Dollar Tree and I saw these huge jumbo bubble envelopes. And I was like, okay, if the Dollar Tree is selling these for $1, then what are they paying for these by the bundle? So I looked it up. That's how I found USA mailers. But during the coronavirus, I couldn't get the jumbo. And I'm talking the jumbo mailers are so big, I could fit 4 full-size law books, 2 on the bottom and 2 on top in one jumbo envelope. They have them all sizes. Yeah, I have sold book from the 1800s before. Ones I wasn't keeping because people craft with them. They like the covers. Sometimes if you get the etched in type covers from the 1800s, they turn them into stamps. A lot of people don't like it because people break down the books, but this is how I don't care what a person does with their books when they buy them. That's their business. Me personally, I have books I won't tear apart just because they're from the 1800s, but that's just my opinion. I have my favorites. I've been to some auctions. I got some real good ones. And yeah. One of them I had bought the cover because I loved it. It was blue and it was beautiful. And I was going to tear it apart. And when I got it and I held it and I started reading it, well, guess what? It's sitting on my dresser. I can't tear it apart. So it all depends. But this turned out to be a really beautiful poetry book and I couldn't do it. So I kept it. Part of my collection. I have Tennyson. I have, you wouldn't believe the collection. I just haven't showed it all. One of these days, maybe. I have postcards that would blow you away. There's a postcard album set I got off of an auction that's actually designed by an artist. And within the postcards, I didn't realize it till after they came in. I kept looking at these guys like, why do they look familiar? Here they were postcards. One was designed by Shakespeare. One was designed by Benson. What all the artists you could think of, but there's no Poe because it was before Poe's time. It's their birthday postcards, but they were written by the actual artist, and then a guy put them into postcards. Like he literally did the postcards, and I have the originals. Now, those I have turned some into digitals, and they sold at one of my sales so fast that I made the money back off of the album already. That's how popular they were. Glitter bug. You should have glitter love bug. Yep, I hear you, Stacy. Stacy does some cute stuff too. I think glitter should have glitter love bug. Don't tell me this name doesn't look cute. I give everybody their own nicknames. Glitter is a fiery redhead, people. I love you too, little girl. She's so cute. She had the cutest little dress on the other day when she was on her live, and she looks so adorable. And she's a Whatnot person. Telling you people, you got to come to Whatnot. You meet some cool people. And I'm dragging you all to YouTube. I have some I met from YouTube that I have made friends with. That's what I call networking. Is we like each other, and then we're going to check out each other's stuff. And that's what makes it cool. She is a love bug. I'm telling you, Brett, she is. She's so cute. But I have a friend offline that's a redhead too, Glitter. And she's a fireball. She cracks me up. She was teasing my husband one time. We used to live in our old house, and her husband was the fire chief, and they lived down the road. And she says, Mike, it's my husband's name. She says, I had my binoculars out the other day. Boy, I like those red bikinis that you have. And his face turned beet red because he had a pair of boxers that were red, and he thought she really could see him, and she was just joking. But I thought that was absolutely hysterical. I said, you made my hubby blush. And Mrs. A, she's a lot of fun. I call Brett and his wife Mr. and Mrs. A because they're so cute. You'll hear Mrs. A tell him, you told me one more sale and you were going to get offline. In the background, I said, Brett, the honeymoon's over. She's going to be hitting you with that cast iron skillet. But Brett, I get the same thing. My husband's like, he'll come in here moping. You're live. You didn't cook me dinner. I'm like, would you shut up? I said, throw frozen pizza in the oven. Be quiet. He picks on me like Mrs. A picks on you. Oh my gosh, they're so funny. Hey, Savage. Me and my hubby will be married. Oh my God, how long has it been? 34 years, I believe. Wait a minute. Let me have to look. Hold on. We got married in 1989. Do the math. 34 years in January? Yeah. Our wedding anniversary is January 21st. 34 years we'll be married. I had to look it up. Oh, you should have heard him pouting last night, Brett. You know what I think is funny? This is my funniest thing about marriage. Is he'll say, you're not my mother when I tell him something. But then last night he comes home, what's he say? You need to wash some laundry. I'm running out of underwear. And I'm like, but I'm not your mother. Do your own freaking laundry. It's hysterical. You got to be able to pick on each other. That's what I get him, glitter. I have red highlights in my hair. When it was dyed, there is red in there. It's just hidden because I get that fire too sometimes. And that's what I tell him. I said, "You tell me I'm not your mother, but you hand me your laundry." It's hysterical. I remember we were first married and we had so many food fights. I didn't like confrontation, Brett. I'm a Gabby Hayes from the time I get up in the morning to the time I go to bed. And my husband's like, I don't talk in the morning. I haven't even had my coffee yet. He's like that grump. It's so funny. So anything that was squirtable, I had ketchup bottles, you know. My husband wore it, Brett. He would, you guys talk about us women nagging. Well, let me tell you, my husband's the nagger. He would, and I would be like, stop it. And I want to fight over in like 15 minutes. I'm going to get out what I have to say. And I want to hear no more. And we remodeled our house. We had a gap that big in our bathroom in the wall from our bedroom, and I could still see his mouth. When I went into the bathroom to hide from him, I had to share this story because it's funny. And I said, if you don't be quiet, I'm going to make you listen. And I would take that ketchup bottle. He wore tea. He wore ketchup. He wore mustard. And we had to paint our first kitchen in our apartment because I sprayed him with so much stuff to get him to shut up. And he would get to laughing so hard because I would shower him and he would forget what he was mad about. That's the whole thing. So I don't want to hear your lips. And my mom would sit and laugh. She goes, you two are ridiculous. She said, you two are so funny. She said, you fight funny. And we do at times. It's hysterical. It's funny. Yep. You do feel like kids. I feel like I'm always slinging sand at him. Oh, he still likes to fire me up sometimes. I think he does it on purpose. And my dad does it too. He picks on my mom. This is what he did to my mom one time. He had her so fired up. I don't know why guys do this, but you guys are terrible. He come in the house and he whispers to us kids. He goes, watch her. He goes, watch what she does. And he come in, he says, my mom and dad's name are Dave and Dorothy. And my dad says, Dorothy, I need to tell you something. And she says, what? And he says, I have to tell you that I accidentally had a bumper bender with your car today. She's, what? What do you mean you had a bumper? And he would laugh. He'd be over there going, watch her. I'll get her worked up. I go, Dad, you are so bad. I said, stop working up Mom. Oh my gosh, you guys are funny. And then he would say, calm down. I'm just joking. Hey, Randy. You torture your wife like that too, Randy? Oh my gosh, Glitter, that's funny. Randy, was you in here lurking? How did you get unmodded? Okay. He's listening to our stories. Here's Randy's channel. Randy's funny. He's a trucker. He takes me on road trips. Randy does. I never get out west, so you're my vacation, Randy. I love it when people take us on road trips because I'm like, ooh, I've never been out west. I've only been up and down the East Coast, so I get to see all the fun stuff that I miss out there. I'm like, oh my gosh, you people have no hills out there. It's like flat. But anyways, this is all the stuff I can't type to you guys when I'm on Whatnot. So now you know what my voice sounds like and how many stories I tell. Oh, And I got to show you my damn it doll. Debbie left. Where'd she go? Where'd I put Stella? Oh my gosh. Did I misplace her? I got this off of Whatnot. This is my little cookie bandit. Isn't he cute? I forget who sold him to me, but I think he's adorable. He sits right beside me. Oh my gosh, I can't lose Stella. Here she is. Debbie would have a heart attack. Okay. So, Glitter Bug needs one of these, Brett. We got to find her one. I never heard of a damn it doll till I went to a Quilter's estate sale, the Quilter's estate sale that I had. And it says, she comes with a note. When you think you want to climb the walls or stand right up and shout, here's a little damn it doll you cannot do without. Just grab it firmly by the legs and find a place to slam it. Then as you whack the stuffing out, yell, damn it, damn it, damn it. So I tell people when I'm in an auction and you're getting my shit and I really want it, stop it. Stop bidding. It's mine. That's what your damn it dolls are for. And I love her. Look at her eyeballs. Look at her little frown. Isn't she cute? And you can type these in Google and they sell them on Etsy. They have all different kinds. And I named her Stella. And this is what you do when you're angry. So last night when that guy get into a glitter, you can say, shut up. Just shut up. I'm the boss in this circumstance. And that's what you do with your damn it doll. They call them darn it dolls, damn it dolls. I think she's cute. Never heard of them. And I pulled this out of the estate sale because the guy I bought it off of was, he had a whole car full of stuff on the marketplace. I saw and I was like, what the hell is a damn it doll? And I read this. And I was like, she is so cute. Somebody told me to make them, and I'm like, no. I'm not much of a sewer. Like, I need somebody who sews to make these. It would be so cute. Well, thank you, Charisse. Randy. She's not gonna hit me. Stella loves me. You take care, Charisse. Thanks for coming in. I can't help it. I love crazy stuff. But Glitter, she needs a redheaded one. She needs one that's got like orange hair up here. She needs one that fires up. Oh my goodness. Oh, me too. You guys are so much fun. You are. I enjoy your streams. You never know who you're going to run into, and it's always new people that pop in. Now, the only thing I hate, Brett, is like, why do people just join and they can't even say hi? It's like, quit joining the freaking live and not at least say, hey, I'm passing through. You're going to Ohio. You're going to be close to me tomorrow, Randy. I'm in West Virginia. Mama, I'm close to Pittsburgh. I'm like 45 minutes from Pittsburgh Airport. People can never figure out where I'm from. Usually when they listen to my accent, they used to guess on Yahoo. They'd say, are you in Delaware? They always put me in the middle of the country. I said, nope. I think it's because I'm like 15 minutes from Ohio border and 15 minutes from Pennsylvania border, that I'm like right in the center. Oh, what's that? Glitter. What's that? On Rudolph, where they have the cold meister and they have the flame. You need a wild hairdo like the flame dude. Oh my God, what are they called? Oh, I don't know what the flaming guy is called. Isn't it the Coldmeister and something else? You know what I'm talking about on the old Rudolph? His hair always reminded me of a person that was, his hair was like, oh, I stuck my finger in an electric socket and it just went woof. That's what Glitter needs. She needs a wild hair, damn it, doll. Wonder if they have one on here. Wait a minute. Wild hair. This is so funny. Damn it. Wild. Wait a minute. No, it's got to be wild red hair. Damn it, doll. Let's see what comes up. God forbid. Oh my God, this is funny. If somebody ever looked at my search engine, they'd be like, what the hell kind of woman is this? Look. These are the damn it dolls they have on eBay. Look at these hair. Oh my goodness, look. Look at that hair. Oh, I love it. Look, look. Type in wild red hair damn it dolls. Look, they have a blue bodied one. These are cute. Hey, Metro. Oh my God, this is funny. Wild red hair damn it dolls. Look at this one. Oh, this is great. I told you. Oh, this one's cool. Look at this one. It's a peppermint one. Isn't this cute? Oh my gosh, that is so funny. There's a whole bunch right there. These are hysterical. We're looking up damn it dolls. Metro's like, what? I'm lost. You know, Stella. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Yes. That's exactly it. Cherise, you go Cornelius. I can't even talk. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you all, it's on YouTube. You got to come to Whatnot. You will meet the best people. That's where I met Brett and Glitterbug. Oh my goodness. It is an important decision. Glitter. Oh my God, you're so comical. It's the most important decision of your life is picking out your damn it doll. Okay, we're gonna put Stella over here. Gonna sit her where I will lose her. And then I gotta finish this. I gotta have this journal finished tonight. The only thing I need to add is the corners in my signature that I think I might do on a tag. We'll see. And then when it's completely finished, I'll do a video of it when it's done. Okay. So I have a pair of pliers. I have 2 sets and I can't find them. So I bought another pair. And I had to wait for him to come in, and you should have heard my hubby. Oh, you got me a new set of pliers. I said, no, these are for me. Because I lost mine. So I'm going to put silver corners on this one. So this is what we'll do. We're going to finish this journal. We're going to make it pretty. Yeah, I'm terrible about misplacing stuff. It's awful. It's really bad. Mm. I have a bead kit with a pair of pliers in it somewhere in his house, and I don't know what the heck I did with them. But I wanted to kind of squeeze these together. To finish off these books, because they're so pretty. With the book corners. Gives them some style. Yeah, I'm I'm a clutter bug. We have a glitter bug in here, and I'm a clutter bug. So there's one. Oh my goodness, you guys are fun. But I hope Mrs. A gets to hear me, and she gets to hear that I'm as crazy as you guys are. I like Mrs. A. She's funny. Brett's wife is comical. I bet you she keeps you on your toes. I like her sass. I like sassy people. I think that's why I like working with elderly women too, because when you work in like skilled living facilities and you work in, hold up, make sure I got this on here right. Hold on. You get to meet really sassy people, especially when they don't want to take showers. They fight with you. Make sure I have this on here exactly how I want it first. And then I'll start smushing it. Okay. Get on there. All right. When you do this, you got to make sure you don't have like papers or something on the inside that's not covered properly. So those are on there good now. That looks pretty. That looks really good. I like it. Gives it some class. Okay. Yes. Sassy people are the best. Sassy, sassy. That's why I call, thank you. That's why I call Sandy my sassafras. I'm surprised she's not in here tonight. She'll be like, I forgot it was Wednesday. because I always go live on Wednesdays. This is my night. And the only reason why is because when I was working, this was my actual free night. So this was around my work schedule. And I just kept it because I think just my personal preference, there's a lot of people that go random on here that they just do it when they can because they have kids, and I get that. But I think some people like it when a YouTuber has a schedule because it makes it easier for me to visit like other people going lives on different times. That makes any sense. I kind of revolve around my channel, and I know we can't do it with everybody, but when I do my sales and I do my lives, I revolve around other people because I don't want to miss theirs. And I know sometimes that's impossible, but like some people on YouTube would get bent and be like, which I can honestly say I hate it when somebody has a sale the same time as me. And it's not because I want all the customers. It's actually the opposite. I don't like it when we have our community yard sale here because I can't see what everybody else is selling. So like every other year, me and my daughter won't have a sale so that we can go visit other people because I want to see what they have. I'm a nib nose. I want to know what you're having. And I don't want to miss it because I like buying. So some people take it the wrong way when I make a comment like, why do you got to have a sale at the same time as me? Because they think, what, she being greedy? She wants to hog all the car. It ain't about that. It's because I want to see what you have and I don't want to miss a sale. And once you plan one, it's hard to unplan it. You know what I mean? Because then everybody's expecting it and it sucks. But then sometimes you do have people who purposely try to sabotage your sales, and they try to have one the same time you, even though you planned it or you have it like the same time my sales before were every Tuesday. So that way I didn't bother the people on the weekends, and I would start it out like at 5:00 on Tuesdays. And people would be like, I would have it ahead of time. I would have it already mailed. And then there was a lady I thought was a friend, and she would hurry up and have a pop-up just to sabotage on purpose. I hate when people do that. That's what I mean about people really being supportive of someone and people that aren't, because you do have your manipulators. But it doesn't matter though, Metro. If you have your sales and you tell me I'm having my sales on every Tuesday, I'm not going to have mine out of respect for when you have your sales, Metro, because I want to be there. And some people are purposely manipulative. They'll hurry up and they'll do a pop-up sale on a time that they don't usually sell just to sabotage your sale. Oh, I've seen manipulators too, though. I knew one who did a nasty video on me because I told her off about it. I had a fight in the community on here on YouTube because she was manipulative. She purposely did it. And not just to me, to other people. All she cares about is herself. And you will find self-centered people on here. Badly self-centered. But we had an argument. It wasn't on YouTube. It was actually through Etsy where the fight started. And she brought it to YouTube when she made a video against me. So I counterattacked her because I'm not going to take anybody's crap. If you come after me, I am going to come after you. And she did. And I came right back after her. Because some people on here are assholes. She didn't like what I had to say, but it was the truth. And believe me, there were people in her comment section that were really rude towards me, and they didn't even know who I was. They were only siding with her because they knew her. And those people later ended up running into the streams that I was in. And what little did they know, their asses were blocked. And one of the girls got really pissy about it. She was like, why don't she ever talk to me? And it got back to me. I said, probably because she's on my block because she was a little bitch when she didn't even know who I was. I said, she was talking about me in somebody else's comment section, and then she thinks she's going to be my friend. And I've seen people do that too. Like here recently, there was a guy who was pretending to be everybody's friend, but this other channel came on and was ripping this other channel apart when they could have settled it in private, because I'd rather that people do that than make YouTube videos. And he's pretending to be this one person's best friend, but he's egging on the person that's talking about him the whole time in this other stream. And I'm like, that person's not your friend. Yeah, you find out who your real friends are when crap like that happens, for sure. You do. Yes. Exactly. And I don't go for that shit. And I know one girl on here who she befriends people in the crafting community, and then she's not friends with them, and she stalks them. She literally goes to streams they're in just to see what the hell they're saying. Really? And I told her, listen, dude, I don't got time for that shit. When I'm not friends with somebody, I'm not going to go look for them and visit their streams. Are you crazy? If I'm no longer friends with somebody, I don't bother them. That's what you call a friend that comes in your life for a reason and a season. And you just let it go. Yeah, she stalks people that she's no longer friends with. It's terrible. I have what you call, my trolls are my fans. That's what I call trolls on here. I have people that are acquaintances. I would not consider them a best friend because I wouldn't trust them. Like, I know somebody on here that's so fake, it's disgusting. She's really fake. She really is. But not in a mean fake way, if that makes any sense. How can I put it? She's all about herself and she's very self-centered. But at the same time, she can be giving. And I wouldn't trust her, but I don't hate her. I just consider her an acquaintance, but not somebody that I would ever trust. And then I have my circle of trust is very small. And then I have my friends, you know. That's how I look at it. Because you got to be careful. Yep, glitter. It's really sad when you meet trolls. And sometimes you can think you know a person and you don't. And the only story that I'm going to share about that is this was something that I think everybody should watch. You don't got to share your opinion about it, but just think about it. Save this to later. Yes. Poor James. You know, I literally went on the creators studio, YouTube creators, and actually defended James. I personally think this is one thing that YouTube should do. They have YouTube creators where you can voice your opinion. They're, when you're on how can I say this? Back in Yahoo, when you made an ID, it's like your email. It'll tell you if it's taken. Like, if you go to make glitterbug.com or glitterbug@gmail.com, it'll say glitterbug's taken, and then you have to add a number or a letter. Yahoo used to be the same in IDs. That's how people couldn't clone you, so to speak. If somebody came in under Tammy's Passions on Yahoo, it would have to be a dot or an underscore or something that I didn't have in my name. So you had to pay close attention. They could have Tammy, PASS dot IONS to try to mimic me. But if you were a listener and you really paid attention, you could pick up on these people. This is the one thing that I hate about YouTube. There's a guy that right now that's Charles James and 7 different accounts with James Gipe. They have his exact name. And I know this because I have him in my Google block. And it's like, so when I went to YouTube's creator, I'm like, why do you let people have the same names on YouTube? I mean, think about it. If your name becomes a brand when you get monetized, do you think it's fair that somebody should have your name? Because I don't. Unless you register it and you pay to have that check mark beside it, like you see on Twitter and like famous people have them to where they're registered names, people can mock you. And I don't think that's fair. I think that whenever that person did you, James, YouTube should have refused them to allow them to have your name unless they added a number or something. It can't be identical to yours. They should not allow that. But they do. If you type in Tammy, you get the movie Tammy, channels with Tammy. It's like, what the hell? I couldn't even use my first name because you'd never be able to find me. And I did address it. You wouldn't believe the comments under that comment that I made. There's a lot of people that are like us, James, don't like that shit. Because I know I've seen a few of my friends go through this on here, and it's not fun. I mean, there was another friend I had on YouTube a long time ago who somebody took her name and her picture and her videos and literally cloned her entire channel. YouTube would stop that if they wouldn't allow people to make the same names. And I don't think they should. That is terrible harassment. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's horrible. And I can't tell you how many times my mother's had to change her Facebook. I said, Mother, when you try to explain to people in their 70s and 80s, please do not forward. It's the animation pictures. My mom loves the animation art like I did. She'll see like a waterfall or a really pretty picture and she shares it where there's a code in that share. Somebody told me years ago when I first started on the web, never forward an email. Always copy and paste a clean email anytime you send it. Never forward. because there's hidden codes inside the text, because everything online is coded, and you could send a virus or something to somebody else's computer. That's something I was taught at the very beginning. And you cannot share certain things on YouTube. Now, I'm not saying if a child's not missing and it's an Amber Alert or something important, just watch the animated pictures, because that's how my mom's Facebook got cloned. I can't tell you how many times she's had to read. And I was like, Mother, please stop. I'm like, if you see something, don't share it that's moving. My daughter has to constantly change her password stuff. It's just crazy. Yeah, that I don't either. I don't do stuff like that. Yep. Hey, Yolanda. But I agree, and I think it's terrible that people go through this, because it's a terrible harassment. Now, I will say this, and this is just a pet peeve for me. I don't know if James is still here listening, but there is a person I will not add in certain networking streams. And the reason why I don't is because I know he's welcoming to people and he gives people chances, and I do too. But there's something that has always been with me on the web too, is first impressions mean a lot. The majority of the time, I'm not saying every single time, but the majority of the time, if somebody comes off as an asshole to me, I don't want no part of you, because first impressions means everything. And sometimes I will give a second chance if I think maybe that person's had a bad day or something like that. But most of the time, when I give a second chance to the person, they still turn out to be an asshole. So I usually don't. And I used to have witnesses that would sit with me and chat and be like, how do you do that? Like, in the first 10 minutes, if a booter enters a chat room, it's because I listen. You can't use your skills. You know how, like, when you're offline and somebody walks in a room and the hairs rise on the back of your neck and you just get that feeling about somebody? You don't have that about the net. But there are certain patterns in text that I pick up on about people, because I am very insightful when it comes to personalities. And I will not give that person a chance because they don't deserve it. So sometimes when I'm in a networking stream, I'm not going to add everybody. I only add the people that I feel comfortable enough to add. And yeah, some people can turn out to be an asshole later, or they can turn out to be really nice, because you don't really know till you give them a chance. But I do try to give everybody a chance. But when a person comes in to a stream and they whine, I will tell you, this is a big turnoff for me. I want to be a moderator. Or why aren't you adding me to your channel? I hate fucking whiners. Just so you know, that's a pet peeve with me. Don't like them. Don't have time. So if that's a first impression from someone, they don't get a chance. Not happening. And there's a couple people, it's like, not doing it. So if they get mad that I don't add them, they'll just have to get over it. But that's just how I roll. And I'm the same way offline as I am online. I have no secrets whatsoever. And I have people who have met me offline, in person, face to face, from Yahoo. My friend Kim from Australia came and stayed with me for 10 days. We had the best time. And, a lot of people are coming to YouTube for the first time and they're meeting people. And it's so cool hearing how excited they get, because that's how I was on Yahoo. My first love of the web was Yahoo people. So I already had all those fun, excited feelings of meeting people face to face. And I'm not judgy. I love people from all walks of life. I don't care if you smoke pot. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care what you do. It's your life. I'm not picky. I have a very eclectic set of friends that sometimes it's so eclectic. I tried to have a birthday party one time when I was a kid and a fist fight broke out because I mixed classes of people. And I hate that there was classes of people to begin with. I'm a melting pot. I love all kinds of people. I don't care if you're a rap star to country music. I love it all because I try to appreciate people for their individuality. But believe me, you don't want to cross my path. Who was it? Scully. He made the comment. Somebody was in his dream saying, Tammy, you're so sweet. He says, till you piss her off. And then the fiery redhead comes out, Glitter. But mostly I do get along with people. And I remember when I was like, I can't remember if it was my 11th birthday party. Shit. Or my 15th. It was 11 or 13. My birthday party. There was a fist fight because of the classes. They didn't get along. And it was just, my mother was like, this is a birthday party, not a fighting event. Why are you ruining a birthday party? I said, because I mix people. And they can't get along, and it's sad, but it happens. And when you go in James's stream, you're going to find a whole bunch of different people. I like gamers. I might not be a gamer, but I do enjoy gamers. My husband's a gamer. My grandsons are gamers. I'm open to all kinds of people. But if your first impression with me sucks, you're not going to stand a chance. And I have given people chances. I used to have a friend from Maine. She was a school teacher. She says, Tammy, she says, don't decide in 10 or 15 minutes. Give him a chance. So I'm like, okay, I'll give him a chance just because you said that. And then like a half an hour later, she's, oh, I'm putting that asshole on ignore. And I said, now you see why I don't give certain people a chance, because I can read them like that too. So yeah, there's that. But that's just a little bit of my personality. But when you meet me in person, you're going to get hugged and squeezed, and I'm going to call you George. Because I am a hug ho. I will hug you. Just don't come at me with corona, or you'll just get a hug with the mask and gloves on. But I do. When I met Kim, she was in Louisiana. She was born in New Zealand. She became an Australian citizen. We knew each other for 6 years on the internet. She married a guy from Louisiana. So she was in Louisiana, took a bus to come and stay with me for 10 days. When I met her, it was at a bus station with her favorite flowers because she likes pink carnations. And she got pink carnations and a great big hug. And we had a blast. And she's on my Facebook. We're still friends. Everybody I've met in person, we're still friends. And my friend Marcy, when we met, she goes, oh my gosh. We met like 6 years out. I don't know. I take my time. We met like 6 years after. We met on AOL dial-up. And she says, if I would have known you were this goofy, she says, I would have met you sooner. We had a ball. We met at Wendy's. And we had lunch together. I was taking computer courses. And we met for lunch and we had the best time. But yes, what she told me. She says, "You're goofy." She says, "If I'd have known," and she was ex-military. She was in the military, and she had served. And we're still friends on Facebook. I stayed friends with all the people I met. We're still friends, so that speaks for itself. I like my keyboard. I got to show off my techie keyboard. Look here. Green, teal, off, and blue. Ooh. You know, it's funny. I had a friend from the UK who he was showing me his backyard garden one time, and I go, "What is that glare?" He says, "My way of using AOL dial-up discs." He had them hanging on a clothesline above his garden to keep the birds out. I said, "Oh my God, you're so funny." But I like it when I met people from the UK and they would have their cams at their windows. I'd be like, "Look at you guys, you're driving on the wrong side of the road." And they're like, "No, you Americans are." I like messing with people from other countries because I think they're funny. So there. We got the edges on good. It is glitter. I'm like, oh my God, if I'd come to your country, I'd be in a wreck in like 2 minutes. There what was it? I think it's God the Good One. I tease him every time on his channel. He plays music, but or no, I can't remember. There's somebody from the UK that's on YouTube. I can't remember his screen name, but he drives on the wrong side of the road all the time. That's what I tell him. And he goes into this great big historical conversation about why we Americans drive on the wrong side of the road. But I will tell you this. It is called pop, not soda. Pop. I think it's hysterical. This conversation's come up so many times in chat because people in the United no, it's called soda. So you order soda here, you're going to get soda water. Us East Coast people call it pop. And guess what? It is called pop in England too. It is not called soda. And I think it's hysterical the differences that we have. Oh my gosh. Oh, good. Take a break. Take a break, Brett. I loved your bid that one night when those two guys came in auction. Whoo! I thought Brett was going to have heart failure, Glitter. You missed it. He had two guys coming in at each other fighting for his coins. And it kept going higher and higher. And I was like, Brett, breathe. I'm sitting over on my side going, breathe, Brett. Because it does get exciting when you see an auction go really good. And they did good too. It was funny. Yeah, his biggest sale, and I got to witness it. It was a lot of fun. When I do my sales, they're kind of like some are flat priced and some are auctions. It depends on what it is. But yeah, that was fun. It is exciting when you see an auction take off. Me and two other ladies. Yeah, it did. Me and two other ladies got into an auction one time over an album from the 1800s. And I thought, oh my God. I spent so much on this album, but it didn't get too out of hand because I do have a cutoff. But what was funny, so this is a test glitter in Brett, just so you know this. I did this for fun. Now it was a photo album from the 1800s and it was filled with cabinet cards. So it was definitely worth the price I paid for it. You can usually find them here for like $50 a piece, depending. Most places they're $100 sometimes because I've talked to different people in different states. and they will find them for 100 without cabinet cards. So when cabinet cards are included, they sell them higher, because I went into the antique mall and I've seen cabinet cards being sold for $5 and $6 a piece, not including being in the album. So I got a good deal regardless. But just for shits and giggles, I beat these two ladies. And I wanted to test a theory, because I do that. I like to test things on her. My husband calls me a cyber cop. He told me I should have been an undercover police person because of the things I find out. And I told the ladies that beat me, that were competing with me, that I beat on the price, because I did win it and I have it. I went to each of them because I follow them on Facebook. We're friends. And I sent both of them each a message and said, hey, I will sell you this album for the price I paid for it if you're interested. What do you think they said? No answers? Neither of them wanted the album because it was all for show of them throwing their money around like they're rich people. So they really didn't want it. They were in it for the competition. And I already knew this, but I wanted to prove a point. That sometimes when people are coming at you in auctions, it's not necessarily that they have the money. They just want to throw their shit around. I kid you not. Neither one of them wanted that album. I did. I said, I'll give it to you for what I paid for it, and I'll ship it to you. And oh, no. And neither wanted it. Did you hear what I said, Brett? He wasn't even paying attention, Glitter. We're going to have to paddle after him. Mrs. A, spank your hubby. But isn't that funny? So sometimes the auction's really not about the item. They just wanted to compete. It's almost like a gambling sickness. Seriously, it's awful. And I was like, but I already knew that's what was funny, but it proved a point. And I just sat back like, this is unbelievable. So that's why, to me, when I get into an auction, I don't do it to win. I have a cutoff of what I look at the item, and I have a cutoff of what I'll spend, and I just leave it at that. If somebody comes in bigger than me, then I just let it go, because to me, it's saving me money for another item later. So I don't care if I lose, because to me, it's not about losing. I'm telling myself, oh, that person just saved me some money. That's how I look at it. So I have a budget and a cutoff. That's how I do it. That's just like Brett. He was teasing me so bad. Because it's hard sometimes when, I have a seller that sells me cameos for $5 a piece. I have never paid over $10 for a cameo from her, ever. So it's really hard when you see something you like in somebody else's stream, but they could have paid higher, or that they want a certain amount out of something. And you're like, oh my God, I really want that, but I can't afford that person's price, and it sucks. And Brett was teasing me with 2 items I wanted so bad, but I just couldn't afford it. And finally he came down on the one for me. So I was so happy. I was like, yes, now I can buy it. But I do have a certain cutoff because I have to budget, especially when our refrigerator, microwave, and dishwasher all needed replaced at once. That has to come first. Necessities. But it does suck. It's like, but it's not Brett's fault. It's just, I don't know what he pays where he lives. Like I said, I can get the albums from the 1800s for $50. sometimes for my antique mall. But then I have a couple friends that live in different states. It's a higher cost of living. You can't touch those for under 100. You can't, because they'll take us on tours like, huh? No, you're fine, Brett. It isn't you. This is just the difference between sellers, is some people are doing it for a hobby. Some people are doing it because they need the money to live on. Some people can find things thrifting depending on their state. Buying something from California is definitely going to be way more outrageous than buying it from West Virginia. It's the high cost of living, Brett, and it's the living in different states. It's higher where you're at. Like when me and you were talking about rent. We have apartments right up the road from us. Both of my daughters lived in them. And this is just something for food for thought for people who retire. Just listen to what I'm saying. If you love your state, that's fine. But we have apartments here still for $475 a month, $350 a month, and they are nice apartments. They're not ghetto. One apartment that's $350. Now, I don't know if the prices have went up a little bit since, inflation. But my daughters lived in the $350 ones. And listen what this apartment has. It's one house with 4 separate apartments. You have 2 upstairs, 2 down. They have no central air and no garages. So you got to take that into consideration for rent. But for $350, you got a cute kitchen, a full bath, a living room, and 2 bedrooms. But you don't get central air and you don't get a garage. You just got a parking space. The 475 apartments my other daughter lived in, it was $375 when she lived there, and they upped it to $475. It's right beside a pizza place here, and it had a laundromat, which actually closed down here recently. But they put another one downtown. It had a half a bath downstairs, a full bath upstairs, 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. And I believe that one had central air. Some of the apartments have garages, some don't. It depends on which ones you get. But I think the garage apartments were a little higher than the ones without garages. And it was like part of the building is you have an apartment there, and this is a brick building for the 475. It has an apartment with a garage underneath, and then some were just apartments without the garages. But I'm telling you, if you're retired and you want to move and save money, move up the street from me. You can make it. I'm just saying, if you're retired and you don't have to drive anywhere, poof, there it is. There's a store up here. There's a pizza place up here, all within walking distance of these apartments. That's what I'm saying. And then it's just areas, you know what I mean? But then there's some apartments here, like this one lady, when the oil and gas drillers came in, then they had an apartment up here for like $1,000 a month. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy when you look at the apartments around where I live. And it's not so that you have to move by me. I'm just saying, to save money, kind of check out your areas. Like different states. Like my cousin, he's a truck driver. He learned how to drive truck in Philadelphia, PA. But instead of living up there, he moved down here because he's a truck driver. He can move anywhere he wants. But he bought a really nice house here that looks like a freaking mansion because the cost of living here is cheaper, Brett. That's the point I was trying to make. So he moved here, and he makes a killing off of the truck driving company he works for because the cost of living there is higher. Like, I can't even explain it around us. Our house that we live in is like the West Virginia side is more split level homes. It's hard to find a house here that's a ranch style brick, which that's my dream house. It always has been. We got this house here for 115,000. You can't touch this. Across the border 15 minutes away from me, under 300,000. Like if you go to the Pennsylvania side and you look up Allegheny County taxes and you look up Washington County taxes in Pennsylvania, you're going to see a huge difference. Allegheny is highway robbery. Like I could never afford to live there. That's how high their cost of living is. So like when you're selling on here and you live in that county, your prices are going to be a lot higher than somebody in my town. That's how I look at selling. You know what I mean? Like I have to take that into consideration, even though I'm a thrifty shopper. So sometimes I might pay a little higher in someone's sale because I want to support that person. But then sometimes I pay a lower, in somebody else's sale because I'm thrifting. Does that make any sense? It's not to make you change your prices. Don't get me wrong. It's just some people go in sales are like, oh my God, that price is so high. So, but you have to take into consideration, where do they live? Is this their hobby? Is this their job? You have to weigh it all out. And that's how I do it. Hey, Sana. How are you doing? It's morning. It's actually 11:59 p.m. here, so it's about to be morning. As one more minute passes, it's going to be 12 a.m. Well, good morning to you. I hope you don't mind if I shorten your name to Sana. Hey, I like saunas. But anyways, so that's what I take into consideration. And how much they paid for inventory. There's a lot of factors, and people don't think of that sometimes, Brett, when they're thrifty shoppers. So it just depends, Sometimes I'll pay the price. It depends on how much it is. Because I shop also in Locker Nuts on YouTube, just to give you an idea. Pirate Auction, they buy lockers and they resell a lot of stuff. They're right where Disney's at, so they get things I've never even seen. And Jack and Jana are Locker Nuts. And I've talked to both of them as a married couple, and Jack even made the comment, a lot of their customers are from the East Coast. And I think it's because we don't have a Louis Vuitton store here. If you want to order high-priced items, you have to go to websites and do it. We don't have that kind of stuff around me. Not that I've ever seen. So I told him I can understand why you have a lot of people from the East Coast shopping on your channel, because we don't see the stuff you guys see, where in California, it's probably an everyday thing. He had the most incredible, oh my God, I got to tell you guys this. I've never seen anything like it. Out of one of the lockers he purchased, there was a box, and it was a dimensional Disney where the light turned on inside of it, and it was actually animated. I've never seen anything like that on the East Coast. And he sold that at one of the lockers. And I know you don't like lockers, Brett, and I actually fought with one of his commenters one time because a commenter come out and made fun of them being locker people, and they think that it's rude that they buy up lockers for people that have bad things, blah, blah, blah. I said, listen, if I had a locker, and I don't care if I didn't make the payment or I died, would you rather see your stuff end up in a landfill or resold by somebody else? Now, Locker Nuts and Pirate take something into consideration. If they find personal papers, if they find that you have photographs, anything that's family related like that, they will return it to the owners. Just because they bought the locker, they're not going to sell those personal items. If they get a chance to know who the locker belonged to, they do return them. Jack and Jana are very Christian-y. They are a very loving couple. They're awesome to watch. If you ever want to get a hold of stuff out there, that would be the channel I would recommend, because they are really good people. And Jack really loves his job. He really loves being a locker person. And here is their link if you ever want to check him out. I really love watching Jack and Jana. I'm actually a joiner to their channel too, because of who they are and how they treat people. And one thing about Whatnot too is, I know it's hard to have conversations when you're in a sale. This is how they do it. They will sit down on camera and talk with you when their auction starts. Before it starts, they'll sit down because they want to know their buyers. They don't treat you like, oh, you just buy from us, so we don't want nothing else to do with you. They're not that kind of people. They will sit down. You can see both their faces. They talk to you. Sometimes their family members are on their camera. Then they have their auction. Then when they're done with the auction, they come back and talk to you again at the end of the auction. And their auctions are every Monday night. And they're awesome to watch. I got some incredible stuff from them, but their prices are high to me because they're in California. And they are high because shipping's included right off the bat. So a lot of their auctions automatically start out at $25 because you're talking bulk, like big items. So, and shipping's included in everything they do. And that's where I got him and Pirate. I met Pirate through Jack because sometimes they buy lockers together and then they sell. I have the most incredible collection of World War II letters like you've never seen. They're beautiful. It is Elsie and William. It is their story when they dated, after they married, and their life. And I don't know, like, if Jack and Jana know the story behind the auctions, like the lockers they get, they'll tell you. They'll say, like, we ended up with this locker because nobody in the family was interested. Nobody wanted to come and get their stuff because they do try to reach out the storage units to family members to see if they want to buy the stuff, but sometimes they just don't. And the letters I ended up with are from World War II. And if you hit my channel up every Wednesday in December, you will hear their story, because I started it last December, because I dedicate every December before Christmas to our military. And if I get anything military, that's where it's going to show up. So I started reading their letters every Wednesday, and I will read it from the time I begin to the time I quit my live. And you wouldn't believe the people that have fallen in love with this couple, because it's amazing. And I was fortunate enough through them to get the entire collection. The only thing is, I don't know is what the letters say, because I have not pre-read them. They're not in order. They're bundled in ribbon, and they're all from him. I don't have the wife's responses. So she must have passed away and her stuff was left in the locker. I don't know the story because I didn't watch their video about it, because usually they tell you. But it's all his side. And let me tell you, he just really touches my heart, because you just don't see males talk like this and open up today the way they did back then. And I absolutely adore these letters. He'll write her little made up poems. It's just the cutest. So if you ever go back to what my Wednesday lives in last December, you'll see the I should have made a playlist. I didn't think to, but they're just awesome. They really are. And then he had a police officer that passed away. And I'm telling you, this guy, he had to be a hero. He was military, police, fireman. I don't think this guy didn't do anything in his life. Nobody came forth again for this man's locker, and they sold off even his uniforms. Like, nobody was interested. And it's really sad. And this does happen. Like, I have a friend who went to an estate sale. It was the great grandkids that sold all the stuff in the top of the barn on the property. All the great grandkids wanted was the property. They didn't care about it. You would not believe the wedding dresses and laces that this woman came across because her family just didn't want it. Some of us in this lifetime, I just feel we're collectors. We like sentimental things, and some people just don't. If that would have been my great grandmother's stuff, I definitely would have kept it. But some people just don't think like that anymore. I have 2 daughters that's like that. I have one that's sentimental, one that could care less. It's just personalities. But it happens, whether it's a locker or a barn, it doesn't matter. But I would rather see it come to crafters where we can use it or, go into someone's home than to end up in a landfill. Me too. I'm the same way. I'm the same way, Brett, but some people just aren't. I asked my one daughter, do you want this? It was your great grandma. She could care less. She just lives for now. She has no sentimental value. Where my other daughter, she's like, yeah, Mom, I'll take it because I love that stuff. Just the way it is. So, to me, this police officer, I didn't know that I ended up with 2 of his items when I was bidding on them. Because sometimes they'll do a locker all at once and sometimes it's split up. I got the most beautiful ledger. That's the one I was telling you about from the 1800s. It was before airplanes carried cargo. This is hot air balloons that carried cargo. And I have the ledger in Spanish of deliveries. It is the most incredible ledger. And I got it from Pirate and Jack because they had it. I waited 10 months because they lost it to find it, to bid on it. And let me tell you, that was probably the most intense auction I have ever been in. I mean, my palms were sweating. There was another lady, Marilyn, I was going up against because she collects the same type of stuff as me. And she ended up saying, just let Tammy have it because they knew I waited on that for 10 months. I kept asking them every day, did you find that ledger yet? Did you find that? And the ledger was awesome, but I didn't realize his last name was Kelly. And I ended up with his wallet in part of an ephemera box. And I'm telling you, Mama G is one of their moderators. She's like the best moderator for these 2 people in auctions. And let me tell you, Mama G says, Tammy, you almost had me choked up. She says, when I saw you, because I had no clue this is what this was. I opened up the ephemera box and I almost bursted out in tears on freaking YouTube. When I opened up his wallet and I realized who it was, and he was a police officer and he carried the most beautiful prayer in his wallet for protection that was scriptured. I was getting teared up like, oh my God, this man carried him because every day when he walked out, he could have been killed on the job. I mean, it was awful. And I realized whose wallet it was, I about died. I told Mama G I had no clue his wallet was in that ephemera box. And my eyes started getting teared up when I was going through it because I was like, what is this? This is a wallet. And I started looking through. I was like, oh my God. And it was the same person I got the ledger from. But it is touching when they share, if they know stories of the locker owners. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But if they do, they share. And then when you learn about this amazing person, how can you not want stuff in somebody's locker like that? It was like, oh my God. So that was touching. But I got some really incredible stuff. And I'm thankful to Pirate and Locker Nuts for the opportunity, because if their family members didn't want their stuff and they were passed away, is what I'm thinking with those two lockers, that they had passed away, why not? And I mean, and some of the lockers they get are not the best. He ended up with a hoarder locker, and all I can say, Jack really loves his job. But this hoarder locker, there was like nothing in it that was of value. But he cleaned it up. I told I told Jack they should pay you for cleaning that locker out. I mean, this guy, why would you pay hundreds of dollars for old TVs and things that were falling apart that you mean to repair and you don't get to it? That's a hoarder. He had so much junk in this locker. Jack went in and cleaned it up. He says it's a part of the business. Sometimes you get good stuff, sometimes you don't. It's just a chance you take. He says, but it's okay. He says, I cleaned it up. He's got a very humble personality on Locker Nuts. Jack does. And he's so funny because he'll go through certain lockers and he'll find toys and he'll make them ninja each other. He's like a little kid. Jack is. And I tease him in the comment section because he'll have like something here and something here, and he'll go, oh, let's do some ninja. He is funny going through lockers. Oh my god, it cracks me up. But I do love their channel for that reason. And when they got their 100K play button, I was so happy for them. They are at, let me see where they're at. They're almost at their 200,000 mark now. And I've been following them for a while now, before they reached 100K. And like, you get to know his kids, and you know, one of his daughters was trying to save for a car, and it was really cute because their community was giving them super chats towards her car. And then they were short on diapers and stuff for babies. Like, some people were having a hard time affording it. They're very good with their community. They took a lot of the money they made from the locker sales and bought a bunch of diapers for local people. That's what I'm talking about. Like, he's really a community person. And it's really cool seeing him and Jana sell together. But like I said, one night on a Monday, go watch them. They're big on Facebook and they're big on YouTube because they're down to earth. And that's another thing that I like is there's a lot of different channels I've watched since I've been on here. Excuse me. And I remember watching this one YouTuber that got up to 100K subscribers say, oh, I don't talk to smaller YouTubers because you don't know if they're using you to, you know, climb on you or whatever. And I'm sure that does happen to people. But I don't care for people that act like that. The ones that I like that have grown to be bigger YouTubers, they've kept who they are. You know, like Ty that was in here. She doesn't have to visit me. I'm a smaller YouTuber. She's 100,000. She doesn't have to come visit me, but she does because you know what? That's Ty. She has not changed. And sometimes I think YouTube growth can go to a person's head. And that's something I never want to be. I want to stay friends with all the people that I'm friends with, and I want to welcome new. I don't care how big my YouTube, even if I'm at 1 million, I'm not going to forget you people. And I don't like that some people do that. And it's sad. And like this one community girl I know, I feel bad for her though, because I get why some people don't. Yeah, because it's like her comment section was terrible. She's up in the millions. She's a YouTuber I got to know through another YouTuber. And I was reading her comment section, Glitter, and it was really sad because she had people putting her down that helped her grow. They're like, oh, now that you grow, you forgot about us. But like she owed them money. Like they were trying to get money from her. And I've seen beggars like that. Like, I know this one guy, he was friends with another gamer. This is just things I observe. I'm not going to give out names because I'm not here to trash people, but it's just, I understand why some of them feel that way because he was a gamer and his channel took off and his friends didn't. And he became a beggar, the one that didn't take off. He kept going into the bigger youth. Well, you could lend me some money because you know I need it. And I'm like, that guy don't owe you shit. If somebody wants to donate to your channel and give to you, it's because they want to. It's not because they owe you. And I feel bad because the other guy had to end up blocking him because he was begging him so much for money in his live streams. He couldn't take it anymore. And he says, I really hate to do this to you, dude, because we've been friends since the beginning, but I'm not going to put up with your shit coming in here begging me for money all the time. He says, you need money, get a job. And I don't blame him for feeling that way because some people do come off that way. And some people, and it's really sad to see it. It really is. And this is one of the reasons why I could care less if I get monetized on here. People ask me all the time, how come you're almost at 3K and you're not monetized? Because I don't want to be. I feel that if somebody really wants to donate to my channel, I don't need YouTube's AdSense. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing if people want that. More power to them. We're all here for different reasons, but I didn't join YouTube to make money. I joined it for advertising from my bookstore because advertising is so costly. But I tell people, hey, you want to donate to my channel? All you got to do is go to my About section. And you want to tip me? I have my Cash App on there. And I have my PayPal email. And if you want to tip me, that's more power to you. Some people have a link called Coffee. It's a coffee link where you can buy me a coffee or something like that. And you can do a continual fee or you can do a one-time coffee purchase. I didn't set up something for that. But, I've had people tip my channel. I've had people come in here and send me $20 and somebody send me 50, and that's up to them if they want to do it, but there's no pressure. But I feel like sometimes what I was telling you guys about the auctions, I feel sometimes people do the same things with super chats. Like I've been into streams and I've seen people throw hundreds at somebody in a super chat. And then other people think, oh, I'm going to go join this man's channel because he's going to give me money. You know what I mean? It's a money trap. And that's another reason why I don't want to be monetized. Because I don't want people thinking because somebody tips me, they're going to tip their channel and they're only going to add them to get their money. You know, if that makes any sense? That's how I feel. Yep. I like giving tips. Okay, so Brett, this is a tip I'm going to teach you. This is my computer screen. What I'm talking to you guys through is called Restream. You set it up. It has a free program where I can be on here free and there's no cutoff. StreamYard will give you 20 hours free a month and then they cut you off because they want you to pay. This here has paid versions. Like you have a $16 and up if you want to add overlays and stuff. And what I mean by that, this is my chat button. Over here is the graphics. When you click in graphics, okay, when I start my channel, I'll show you some of their fun features. It's going to cut me off, though. I can't talk through this. So this is what you get. This is a countdown. That's one of them. Here's another. So if you want to add your own graphics or your, like here, this is a border and this is a border. If you want to add your own, then you have to upgrade. I can invite guests up here with me. For the free version, I think it's like 6 people. Wait, let me see. Yes, I can invite up to 6 people as guests. If I want more people up here with me, then I'd have to upgrade it. You're limited on the free, but it's okay for what I use it for. It just depends on what you want to use. What I was telling Brett, this is a computer, but I also have a laptop. My Logitech Cam, see if I can turn my phone around and show you. See how? Just give me a second to figure this out. Let me hold this back. You take this off first. I forgot to take the border off. Okay. Trying to figure out how to do this. Just give me a second. If you want to set up, this is what you do. Let's see my messy area here. This is the arm. Okay. It hooks to your table right there. You can adjust it. And this is the best thing that I like because I can move it up and down and however I want. And this looks like a clip, like a hair clip. If you guys really want to do really good tech. Now, I don't have a ring light. I'm not fancy. And then all I have is a little Logitech cam. And I clip it. It wants to stay. Okay, because it's really meant to hold a phone or a camera, the arm. But you can squeeze the Logitech and make it work. So just to give you an idea. Thank you, Charisse. People never shared this with me because, you know, some people have their secrets. They want to stand out and they don't want to share. And I kept asking people and nobody would tell me anything. So I started Googling stuff like, what do cooks use to point down on YouTube? Like what camera and stuff. So I watched a whole bunch and they had a microphone, like, you know, that you sing in holding out, but it gets top heavy and it falls. The same thing happens with a tripod. I can't tell you how many times people would have tripods and you hear smack because they get top heavy and they fall. The reason why I chose the arm after watching the video, because this doesn't get top heavy. It stays up and I can push it down. I can pull it back. You hang on to the post when you're moving it. And it'll do whatever you want. And I'm thinking, well, that's perfect. So I'm going to share the links with you guys because people should teach people. They shouldn't be so greedy and want to be, oh, I want to be the best YouTuber and I don't want to share my secrets. I think that's so childish. I hate that. People should share. So when people come to my stream, I'm a sharer. I'm not I'm not a greedy person when it comes to stuff like that. I'm not a competitor. I would suck. And my husband tells me I'm sure in hell not a capitalist. He tells me that all the time. He says, you sell your stuff for so cheap. You're supposed to try to make money, not give it away. I can't help it. It's my nature. Okay. So here's the arm. This you can save these links and get them when you save up for them. All you need is a laptop, people. You can get a Dell. Go to your Dell because I do recommend Dells. They have best laptops. Do not buy 11. Try to get 10. 11's a pain in the ass unless you know how to disable the switch in it. Because if you don't know how to disable switch, it's a pain in the ass because it'll block everything you try to use that's not Microsoft. I had to disable. I kept. It's like what the hell? I like Firefox, so I download Firefox as my search engine, and I go to turn it on, and it blocked it. Like what the hell? And this thing kept popping up. Switch blocked this and switch blocked this. Like Switch is going to go, where, because I ain't putting up with somebody blocking my stuff. So I had to figure out how to disable it, and and I got rid of it. And it's installed on Windows 11, and it's such a pain in the ass. But you don't have to have a lot of money just for what you do. Just go and find yourself the cheapest Dell laptop, a couple $100, save up for it, buy it. You have a 2.0 plug on your Logitech. You plug the sucker right into the side of your laptop. You put your arm on your table and you hang your Logitech just like I have it hung on mine, and poof, there it is. You're ready to freaking go live. You're ready to record. You're ready to do whatever the hell your heart desires. Oh my God, Brett, you're so funny. And here's the Logitech cam. I'll get you that too. And you can get them at Walmart too if you can catch them. Um, sometimes, sometimes Walmart's out of them. Let me find it. And just figure out how to put a shortcut on your desktop. And that's another thing, switch blocks. I was trying to put shortcuts on my desktop. I'm like, the hell? You can't block my shortcuts. Oh, I had fits with switch. Whoever come out with that idea was not the brightest crown in the box. And let me tell you, I'm always on top of technology because I got certified in help desk, and it's a pain in the ass. I hate staying on top of everything to do with technology. It such a pain. I went down the other day and I had updates to my Toshiba laptop. And that thing's slow as Moses anyways, because it had Windows 7 on it and then downloaded 10 over top of it. You don't want to do that shit neither. So I'm down there. My mother got it. It was like a free thing, or this. It was like $100 she paid for it. She signed up for AARP, got this Toshiba laptop that my daughter had, and I had. So there's viruses on it. So I get this thing, and it was slow. I mean, like I'm down there trying to do Etsy, and I'm like, I'm over here snoring just to get Etsy to fire up. So finally, I took it to my niece's husband. It's IT tech. I said, could you please replace the hard drive in this thing? So he redid it, and now it's faster and it's so much nicer. It's still slower, though, than an updated, but it's better than what it was. So I go down there and I'm like, I'm on Instinct because you do save money. I was paying $72 for 2 cartridges, and that's not including shipping. And that's even through Walmart, buying the color and the black. And let me tell you, Instinct's where it's at, people. If you're not on Instinct, something's wrong with you on a printer. I paid $5 and something, or $3 and something like that. It's a low amount, and I can run off 50 pages. It's like unbelievable how much ink this has saved me in cost. And if you do get a person to sign up for Instinct, and know this is not because it's an affiliation. If a friend invites you, you both get the first month free. Oh my gosh, Glitter, you wouldn't believe it. Right now, I have 250 rollover pages because I don't use it all the time. So I have to find things to run off my computer because it'll keep rolling over. You know, what you don't use rolls over. I have like 150 up here, 250 downstairs. That's why I like digitals. So I've got to be like printing soon. But you can get good cardstock and good copy paper at Walmart. So it makes it nice because, you know, and then you got to watch your printers because I have the HP Envy up here, and downstairs I have a 38 something, 3860. I can't remember, but they're both HP. And I've learned a lot about printers. Inkjets will print on paper, cardstock, and fabric. If you buy the more sophisticated brother, that's like $80 a cartridge, which I wanted to get a really nice printer, you know, that's more graphics. I forget what it's called. It's not the inkjet, it's the other type. Do you know, $80 a cartridge? I kid you not. And you have to get 5 different cartridges. My husband's like, how are you going to fill this when you can't afford, you know, when you run out? I don't know. Does not print on cardstock. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. It wouldn't even pick up the paper. Well, that sucker went back to Amazon. I said, I am not paying this kind of a price, and it doesn't even come out on cardstock. So I sent it back. So people get inkjets. Seriously, trial and error. If you wanted to print on cardstock, get your cheaper inkjets. They're better. They might not be as sophisticated in graphics, but they're not bad either. That's what I printed. Like, these are all done on my inkjets. Like, you still get decent pictures, and this is on cardstock. Yeah, I about died. I was like, what? People are crazy. But this is, let me see if I can find my Logitech camera. It's something kind of like this. Is what my Logitech looks like. And I put the shortcut to record on my desktop, and I record my videos sitting here too. But here you go. This is the Logitech. Something kind of like that. There you go, Brett. The only reason why I say Dell laptops, it's not really that it's a specific, but I've owned HP, I've owned a Dell, and I've owned Toshiba. And I don't know, but it's like the quality is better on the Dell. I don't know how to explain it. I just like the way the Dell works. But right now, because there's a new one out, you can get this one. I'm going to give Brett a goal. We're going to get him busy, Glitter. Why isn't it giving me a share? Okay, here it is. Let me see what this looks like. I hope this link isn't freaking huge. We're going to give him a goal to save up for. Damn it. Course. It had to be way long. You know, freaking YouTube. You got to stop cutting off our links. Okay. So this is what you do. You go in here, Brett. It's exactly $269.99. Now, I will get either the 5-year or 3-year warranty on those. This has got Windows 10 on it. It's just a simple laptop. This is what it looks like. It's a nice thin one. You buy this, plug in the Logitech, put your arm up, and you're done. Just say it. It's that simple. Just type in Dell laptops with Windows 10, and it should come right up in your Google. It's called the Experian, I think. You'll see. Yeah, they have one at Walmart for $199. It's called Latitude, but I wouldn't buy that. My dad taught me one thing about shopping. This is another tip. When you go look for flooring, carpeting, computers, anything, listen up. Write this down, people. Never take the cheapest, never take the most expensive. Buy right in the center. This is the Dell Inspiron 15 3000 laptop. It's marked down from $360 to $269.99. That's right smack in the middle. That's the one you want. There you go. I set you up, Brett. Tell Mrs. A, laptop, ARM, and Logitech. And poof, you're done. That's all you need. That's all you need. And you're ready to shoot all your videos and go live. Because that's all I use here. And it's real easy. It doesn't have to be expensive. Now, some people will say, "Oh, you got to have a Canon camera. Oh, you got to have a ring light." Hey, if you want to have those extras later, more power to you. I don't have a ring light, and I have light. And if you need extra light, like if you do live in a dim place, I'll give you a little tip. You know those desk lights that you sit that are round and they have the thing that bends and it's got the little light bulb thingy? Buy yourself a desk lamp before you get a ring light. They're amazing. You set it to the side and you can angle it. That's what I use downstairs. I don't have a ring light. Ring lights are nice because they are bright, but sometimes they can be too reflective. But that's just your tip. I told you I was going to give you tips. Oh, and there you go. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You know where to find me. Best way to message me though is try to get a hold of me through Instagram, or if you have a Facebook Messenger, it's easier for me to text because Whatnot last night, poor Glitter, she instant messaged me under Whatnot, and I went to answer her back, and it froze my entire app, and I had to leave it. It was stuck, and it wouldn't let me do anything. And then today, when I was talking to Glitter, I had to go because this is just the app. I had to back out of her name, find her again as my follower, put her up, her message up, and click on it to be able to read her messages. It wouldn't let me see her continually type. I have to back out and go back and back out. And I'm like, what the hell? Their app sucks. They really need to do something with it. Oh, you're welcome, Glitter. I don't mind. But that's what I had to do to see your messages today. And I'm like, what? You know, because Instagram is an app too. And I don't have any problems getting messages on Instagram. I can go right to my messages on Instagram and they're right there. But for some reason, Whatnot, I don't know, they have a lot of kinks they need to work out. I love Arlene. She posted on her Instagram benefits of books. There's no glare, there's no battery. You can make dog ears. Probably won't get stolen at a beach. It smells good and it doesn't have any pop-up ads. That's hysterical. I'm gonna steal it. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love the funnies that my friends post. I really do. That's comical. You know, when I do my book videos, people don't ever have to feel like they have to buy from me. Just I set up my YouTube when I do my book videos like Goodreads. I don't have a problem if you like to use a Kindle or a Nook. I get it. Me personally, I prefer to hold a real book. That's just my preference. But I do get it why people have them because I talked to this older lady. She called me one time when she found out about my bookstore and she says, "Could you please come and haul my husband's books away?" She said, "My husband was a collector, and believe me, it was a lot of books." She said, "But I just can't move him anymore." She says, "When I go to dust, it takes me so much work." And she says, "Now I have this little device," and she had a Kindle. And she said, "And I'm happy because I don't have to dust them anymore. I don't have to move them anymore." So I do get it. And I'm okay with it. It's not that I ever want to bash Kindles or books, but one thing about when I do my book videos, I read the synopsises. And if you're interested in buying the books, you can. If you just want a book to look up, I'm giving you a book you might be interested in to find on your Kindle or a Nook. And that's one of the things that I loved about my book videos, and I miss them because I did have a bigger YouTuber come into my section and told me too many people try to follow what's trending, and that's why YouTube is saturated. He said, "Your channel, you do something completely different that nobody does. You have people that do book reviews on here. You have people that show books, but you don't have anybody that reads the synopsises." So I need to get back to it. And I do have a TikTok too. I miss my books, but I took a break after Corona happened. I got to get back to him eventually. And just to let you guys in on a little secret before you leave, Tammy's got a channel number 2 on YouTube that's going to be coming out in the future. And it also will have merch attached to it. And it will also have a Etsy store attached to it and a Facebook page. But Tammy hasn't finished with it yet. I want to launch a second channel. And this is going to be still my variety. And the other one's going to be a little different. So just for a heads up, it'll be a surprise in the future. Yep. Thank you, Glitter, for coming in and spending your time with me. I appreciate everybody that spends their time. That's it means a lot when there's billions of channels on YouTube and you pick mine to come visit. I appreciate that so much. And I do believe there's a lot of YouTubers that appreciate that kind of stuff from people. I know I don't have the best channel in the world. I like Mr. Ballin's channel and I like a lot of bigger YouTubers because they're more sophisticated and they look like channel shows. I'm just me and I babble. I might even put you to sleep. I love you too, Glitter. Oh, you're welcome, Charisse. But I want to help the new people on YouTube that have no experience that might want a channel and they want to know stuff. I think people should be taught. Thank you, Brett. And thank you, Cherise. And thank you, Glitter. You're all so sweet. That's why I like hanging out with you guys too. And Brett, it does not bother me in the least to hang out on your channel from beginning to end because I do enjoy it. I like hanging out in sales and gabbing with people. Hey, Michael. Mike. Cherise says that our husband's stories are funny. Come here. Come here. Come here a second. You gotta meet my buddies that's in here. I got Brett in here from Whatnot and Glitter Love Bug. And I got Sharice in here. She's new tonight. Come say hi to me. Mike, say it. Oh, come on. You sound like you're the mafia.
A slice of pizza pie on your
head. You hear him. Do you hear him? He's so goofy. I was telling him about our food fights. When we first got together, remember our food fights? Mike? Michael? Mike? You want me to get you a tea? He says no, Brett. Hey, Mike, I have to ask you something. Come here. No, seriously, Brett wants to know. Cherise the ketchup. What did you say you ran about? Did you say you needed laundry done? Yeah. What do you need done? Everything? What about your underwear? Yeah. But I'm not your mother. That's right. And I'm not your mother. You want to whip it?
I'll do it myself.
No. Do you want to whip it? No, you are not touching my laundry and my washing machine. And do you tell them why? Do you remember? Do you remember the hot pink shirt that you ran through my laundry and what it did? Everything was pink. I don't think so. Pink's not my color. Oh my God. Brent says hi, Abby. Come here. No, they want to see you. Just stay there for a second. No. There's Abby. Don't do that. Come in here. Get in here. Get closer where they can see you. Would you quit hiding? This is why he wears ketchup. Get out of here. Go put in my ponytail. Oh my God. Would you quit it? Quit it. Oh my God. He's so bad. He's sticking his finger in the bun on the top of my head going, finger the bun. Oh my God. You men are ridiculous. So that's my brat. So you can't say you haven't met my brat. Oh, crap. He's a little shit. Oh my God, Charisse, if you only knew. Oh my gosh, I have a rolling pin in there for purposes. He's hysterical. He is so funny sometimes. He used to take and he would draw the naughtiest stick people in my notebooks. And I'd be in class. I would be in class and I would go to take a test and open it up. You know what it's like to see stick people tied up to a bed? You're trying not to laugh in a quiet room. I was like ready to kill him. I come home like, what the hell? I mean, he did break the tension before test. This like you didn't have to draw him so kinky. And then my daughters, he would take and put these. They look like Beavis and Butthead, and he would have like these cigarettes hanging out of their mouth with smoke. Oh my god, it's awful. So it's really funny. Oh my god, it's really funny when I read these letters from the military. Hey, Mrs. A, because they're this guy it was in the Navy in World War II. My husband served in the Navy, and he draws stick people too. And it was so funny because one of the letters I read in December, he made a comment. If I eat any more food of yours, homemade food of yours, this is what I'm going to look like. He drew a stick person with a big belly. And I think that's why I love reading these letters because he reminds me of my husband because he's so corny when he does this stuff. He reminds me of him, but his words are different. Like he'll say, he's a golly fellow. It's like we don't talk that way anymore. But being back in that day, it's the way they word things. And at first I was kind of like, do I really want to read these letters? Because there was a letter he wrote to her where he was really upset. And he said, "You left my letter out on the desk for the public to read, and these letters are for your eyes only." And at first, I felt like I was kind of invading his privacy when I first started to read them before I decided. But then I thought, no, people need to hear their story because people don't talk like this anymore, and they really should because it was very respectful. But you could tell he was shy, that he didn't want the things he said out in public. You know what I mean? I just hope that God doesn't punish me for this. But I think it should be shared because it's nice to see like some of his letters I read already. They had broken up once, and he made the comment of how hurt he was. And to hear that sincerity from a man where he opens up his feelings was just so amazing because you just don't see it. Like they hide their feelings too much, and he really expresses himself to her. Yeah, and it's like people should hear this. They should hear the male side because at the end of the day, even though they have Mars and Venus books out, we really do want the same things. There's a lot of females and males out there that are just looking for that right person to settle down, stay faithful, and have a good life. You know what I mean? So we really are not that different when it comes to those type of things. And listening to his side is really an eye-opening experience because I don't have letters like this from people. And it's just, I've never had a male write a letter like that. And it's just touching because he's so open-hearted with her that it's amazing. So December is definitely a month to look forward to, and I lost the letters once. And my friend Sandy says, "If you don't find them by December, I'm not speaking to you anymore." She was picking on me because I found them and then I misplaced them again. So it's going to be a continued story, but I love it because it's not random people, it's the same couple. And I have never seen somebody have this many letters from the same couple. Like I've seen people have random ones from different people, but this is all from the same. Wait till you see how many there are. I mean, it's now I don't have a picture of her and him yet. I have tried to Google information on them, but I can't find anything. I found a couple people with the same names, but they weren't the same people. The ages weren't right. But there is a female friend that they write to, and there's another male friend that writes back and forth between them. And I did find the male friend, and they're like real tiny. I forget what the name of the film was because it was before my time. My time came, it was like 110s. I forget what they are, but they're little black and white pictures. And it shows the one friend with his unit of guys. They're not in uniform. I think they're like in white t-shirts or something. But it shows the one guy, so at least I know what he looks like. But I don't know what William and Elsie look like. And I don't know what's going to come out of these letters. I don't know if there's any pictures because I never looked. As I untie them, you're going to hear them the first time I hear them. And sometimes I have a hard time reading them because some are done in pencil and they're a little light, or sometimes his writing's a little swirly and I have to kind of figure out what words he wrote. And I have another set of letters floating around here somewhere from the 1800s. There was a soldier who wrote a letter home sitting outside at night, and boy, that was an intense letter too. And so I have that one too. But I just look for random things when I'm out looking. That one I actually got from an antique shop in Pittsburgh. And this guy wasn't even selling ephemera. He was more like the old toys, and he's like, I have tintypes from him too. I got in an album. Um, he didn't know what they were. He just said, "Make me an offer." And I'm like, "You gotta be kidding me, right?" So he had like a whole basket of these letters. I didn't want them all because I don't really like empty envelopes. Some people like them, but I don't. I rather have the letters in them. So I went through the basket and picked out what I want. He only charged me $1 a piece for a letter from the 1800s. You got a steal. And then the tiny tapes, I didn't pay very much for that album either. Um, he sold them to me for like $1 a piece. You can't find them online under $5 or $7 a piece. So I got a really good deal on that. And it's amazing. I do find deals at certain places sometimes, and sometimes you don't. Um, there was one antique shop I found a ledger from the 1800s had nothing, no writing in it whatsoever, and the guy didn't want to sell it. And I'm like, that's okay because I want the ones with words in them because I want to scan them and turn them into digitals. That's what I want to do with some of the items I have. I want to make them into digitals and put them in my Etsy so that people can use them when they're crafting. I like digitals, so I think it's going to be fun. So that's the idea that I've been building because this other Etsy store, I'm I'm starting to scan stuff for it, and you can draft on Etsy. And I want to have at least 200 items ready as drafts, and then I can release them. Now, the way Etsy works is different. You know, I have compared Amazon, eBay, Etsy, and all these places. I'm telling you, Etsy is the cheapest way to go for me because by the time I figured out, say I wanted to sell a used book for $5, I went down through their FBA calculator on Amazon or something. I was negative 14 cents in the hole. So that's not going to work for me. You know, to be able to sell cheap and still make a profit because I don't want to charge people outrageous money. Because if you go into like Goodwill and stuff, you can find books for quarters and dollars. You know what I mean? So I don't want to take my books to $8 to make a profit. So that's why I do a live sale, or you know, when I do my book videos to explain it, the whole month of February, I'll do all romance because it's Valentine's Day month. So from the first day of February to the end, when I do my book videos, this is how I do it. It's going to be nothing but straight romances. So what my customers do is they'll make a list. They'll write down the title or the author of the book, or usually it's the title and the author. Either one doesn't matter to me because they'll be easy to find. I just can't do just the author. It's got to be the title. They'll put a title of the book down, and at the end of the month or during, they'll say, hey, you don't, it'll be like lot 10, but you don't have to buy the whole lot. They'll pick out the titles and they'll message me through Facebook or email me and say, hey, I want this book, and this book. And I make a list to the side. At the very end of the month, a week into the next month, I'll take their list and put it together and put it in my Etsy as say special order for Brett, special order for Charisse. I'll set it up for media mail and you just go buy it through my Etsy store. That way it's all together, it's done media, and you can pay how you want. They take PayPal, they take your card, they take any payment, and it's done. And all I have to do on my end is I have a scales, I'll have it packed, and I weigh it, put the size in, and then it figures out your shipping. They do it all. And you do get a cheaper price than you do through United States Post Office or Etsy because Etsy has a deal with United States Post Office where they give you a discount. So you're going to pay more if you take it to the post office than what you do if you purchase it through Etsy. And I know that they aren't lying because I tested it. It was $1 more for a person to purchase it through the actual, when I took it to the post office than it was to pay for it through Etsy. So when you sell on Etsy, it's a 20-cent listing price. So say, Brett, you put up a coin. It's going to be 20 cents to put it up there. You're going to have to figure in the packaging, weight, and all that. But say you have 10 of the same coin. You put 10 is your amount of items. You only get charged 20 cents for the first post. Every single one you sell after that under that same listing, you don't pay the 20 cents until it's sold. These are the things I like about Etsy. It stays there for 5 months, and you can set it to manually recharge the 20 cents, or you can automatically recharge the 20 cents because it only lasts 5 months, and then the 20 cents comes out again if it doesn't sell. Every other fee comes out only after it's sold. That's why it's cheaper to me. And I think the rate is after it's sold. Let's see here. Etsy fees. A breakdown of Etsy fees. Okay. So the transaction fee you pay whenever you make a sale on Etsy is 6.5% of the total sale price. It was 5%, now it's 6.5 because of inflation. And it says something like it includes the cost of shipping, gift wrapping, and product personalization. But I don't do that. I do that myself. You know what I mean? And it's 20 cents to post it. And if it doesn't sell, then you just don't repay the 20 cents. Okay, but say I have a live sale on YouTube. Say I have a sale to you and I have a sale to Charisse. Okay. We don't wait 5 months for you to pay it though. You know what I mean? Like, say Charisse comes to me and says, I'll pay you the first of the month and she's got 2 weeks. That's fine. You know, I will hold stuff for people too for paydays. Okay, well, say the first of the month comes around and something happens and Charisse says, well, I can't pay it. So, you know, as long as a person tells me, because I do know emergencies come up, you know, because I know somebody was in an accident one time and they couldn't pay their bill, and that happens. And of course, you have your idiots that just stick you because they stick you, but sometimes it is because of a crisis. Okay, say Cherie says, I can't pay it at all because something happened and I can't do this. That's okay because it's only been 2 weeks and it's not 5 months. I can go in there, Brett. Say I had, because I was selling once a month. Okay, but since they're sitting there for 5 months, I can take another person's order and I still won't lose that 20 cents. I could go in there and say Glitterbug orders off me the next month. All I have to do is go in and edit Sharice's order and put in Glitter's order, change the shipping and everything, and I don't have to repay that 20 cents because Sharice's time's not up because it hasn't been 5 months yet. So her 20 cents for, me putting it on there for 20 cents now is Glitter's. As long as she pays it before that 5 months is up, I don't have to redo the 20 cents. You see what I mean? You just got to know how to maneuver. But yeah, that's why I like Etsy. But Etsy, most of the time, is only for handmade stuff. So if I go to sell a book on there, I can't do anything that's not vintage. Like, say Nora Roberts comes out with a book, I can't just post that on there because it's going to say what year. And if it's not vintage, it'll say, okay, did you make this or another company? Blah, 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 blah. And when you start filling that out, you get into all this stuff, and I just don't go there. When I put it in as a special order, when I'm doing, I just put in there that, yeah, I wonder about that too, Scott. Brett, I mean, I wonder about that too because he's fishy. But anyways, um, going through, what was I saying? Oh, when I posted as a special order, and because we use book pages for ephemera, I can list vintage books as an ephemera order, and I don't have to fill in all that garbage. All I have to put in the drop down list is a tool to make something, and then they're not going to ask me all the questions about what company this come from and blah blah blah. And you can kind of bypass that. You just kind of got to know how to maneuver Etsy for your special orders. But no, there's certain things I picked up, and I'll be honest, I don't care if he hears this or not because he was supposed to find me on here too, but who knows? This is my philosophy. It's wording, Brett, always wording. And I had a person on here that constantly went from the first time I met that person would say, oh, you owe me this amount of money, you owe me this amount as a joke, and it gets old. You know what I'm saying? And he kept saying, oh, spot me for this spot. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of one of those Instagram guys that used to constantly message women. And this is the same person. There is a guy that goes around on Instagram, and it's so funny because somebody made a YouTube video about this. I was like, oh my God, I know exactly who she's talking about. They look for pictures of certain aged women. They must think we're old and homely and we have no husbands and we're desperate for men. This guy pretends he's military, has all these pictures on his Instagram, and the next thing you know, he's like, "Oh, can you buy me this card because I don't have no money, and I need this card for my rifle to activate." I'm like, "What the hell planet do you think I was born on? I ain't giving you shit, dude. First, I don't know you, and second of all, you don't need a card to load a gun and shoot it unless you're playing a video game." And what was funny is they're so stupid, they don't even know how to hide it. Because if you go in and you look at who he's following, it's all women or it's other men with the same military outfits on, and he's playing all those military men because if you click into theirs, they're still in military male pictures and trying to scam women. And I played this one guy to the hilt. I come out and told him, "Oh, well, if you're American, I want you to come to my" this is why my husband tells me I should be an undercover cop. I said, "I'm not giving you no money. I might consider it if you come over to my Facebook page and you actually voice chat with me through Messenger, and I might buy you a card." I keep them going because that's just my way of manipulating idiots like that. And he fought me because, "Well, I'm not coming to the Facebook page." I said, "Well, I guess you don't want money that bad, do you?" I said, "'Cause you ain't getting shit till I hear your voice." Because first off, I knew he wasn't American just by the texting he gave and his speech. And, I came from a Yahoo chat room where people used to come in asking all the time. It was a computer room called the Hackers Lounge. And no, they were not hackers. They were people who were into internet security. But 1,000 times a day, you would hear, "How do I break into somebody's Hotmail? How do I break into somebody?" I said, "Who are you trying to catch that's cheating on you?" I mean, it's old. And this guy says, "How do you know?" I said, "We hear this 1,000 times a day. The only reason why you want to break into somebody's emails is because you want to spy on them. Get over yourself. If you can't trust them, break up with them, move on, find somebody new." I mean, it just gets old. And then we had people in there asking for programs so that they could break into people's accounts. And I kid you not, I sat in a chat room and watched credit cards going up the screen because they were able to manipulate Internet Explorer. It's all codes, people. So what they did, if a person didn't have a firewall or they didn't have protection, they would go into your Explorer and pick up your information. And I would literally see a person's name, address, and their expiration dates going up the screen, and I'm like, "Oh my god, what the hell?" And there was a retired cop in the chat room, and the FBI was watching. They recorded that whole entire room, and there was people that got busted for things you would not believe. And, I remember on MySpace, somebody I kept seeing the word BOA. I'm like, "What the hell is BOA?" And I've told this story many times. People instant message you when your messages weren't set to your friends, and they were asking me about, "Could you, if I need you to open this bank account, and I'll send you money to do this and this." It's like, "Are you kidding me?" That's money laundering. Hello? They want you to open a bank account. They're gonna send you cash from Nigeria. You're gonna turn it into US currency and mail it to Canada. You think I'm an idiot? And you wouldn't believe how much this kept going on. And I don't know how many people got away with this shit, but I didn't want no part of it. I kept just blocking people. And so nothing surprises me. And there's just certain phrases I pick up because of the experience of being on the net. Like I said, Brett, I know. I know these phrases when I see them. And when you have somebody saying, who kept saying, Brett, who was in your live, kept saying, "Tammy, can you spot me? Can you spot me?" And I'm thinking, you're really going to fuck him over for money, aren't you? This is what's going on in my mind. Then when he tried to do the first purchase, it didn't go through. So he lessened it to the next purchase and it didn't go through. And finally he took it down to the lowest purchase and it went through. And I don't buy this shit about your credit cards because I will tell you this from experience. If I'm on Whatnot and I can shop as much as I want, my cards are never cut off. Now, if I go to somewhere new that's suspicious, then I will get a phone call from my card company or my bank company asking me if I made this purchase. I'm not stupid. So please don't ever underestimate me. So when I see certain phases on people, I didn't think he would ever be back. I was actually shocked that I think because we kept messaging, he wouldn't answer mine at all. And then when you told me he answered you later that day, I said, "Mm-hmm. Player. Can we say player?" That's what's in my head. And now it's making me wonder how many other people he says this to and who actually does it. That reminds me of an Instagram scammer. And there's just certain things I see, and I pray you people don't get stuck with things, but it's going to happen. And it's really sad because it happens to us on YouTube too. Like one time I had a person, I won't let them shop for me anymore because I can't help shipping. And I had a person one time purchase a doily. That's all she wanted from the entire sale. I do all of my sales through Etsy. I'm not going to fold a doily up. I'm not going to stick it in an envelope and stick a stamp on it. You're crazy because I have to be accountable for everything I sell on YouTube, on my bookstore, because I am licensed. This is not under the table. So this person comes back at me and says, well, the shipping's more than the actual doily, and I'm not paying for it. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Make your doily more expensive? I'm not being a bitch, but hello. That's the only thing it's going to justify is if I up your price to make it higher than shipping. And she got pissed off at my comment. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? I can't shit shipping. I'm not going to give you free shipping for a dollar item. I'm not even making that dollar because the 20 cents it's taken off plus the fees when it's done, I'm making change too. So I get when you say that, I'm making change because it's the same thing. And it makes me so mad when people come at us like it's our fault that shipping's so high. It's not my problem that your shipping's high. You think my thought process would be, thank you for selling the doily for $1 because you're giving that to me as a discount because shipping's so high. You know what I mean? That's my thought process. But this person's thinking the total opposite because we don't all think alike. But that's how I look at it because if you go out and you buy doilies in the antique malls, you're not going to get them for $1. They sell them for like $3.50, $5 a piece. You see what I'm saying? So I try to be nice, thinking I'm doing something good, and then it backfired. It's just, ugh. It's to me, it's like I feel like people like that don't have common sense. I have common sense, but they didn't have common sense to think that I was doing them a favor. It's like, what the hell? Hey, Matt. I have no clue what you're saying. Hola. I don't speak Spanish except to say, see, I can say como te llama. That's about it. I took a little bit of Spanish, but not a lot, and I can't remember because it's been so long ago. My sister took French, and I took some Spanish. I was fortunate though because my grandmother, she could speak 7 different languages. Yeah, it's heartburn for another night. Hey, Christine, how are you feeling, lady? How are you, Christine? Yes, you deal. It's just the way you deal with it, Brett. I mean, if I was you, I don't care if people think I'm mean. I would have just come out and how I deal with it is if I have somebody, I don't care if people vent. But like for instance, when crypto came into your stream and he was complaining about something else that happened on another stream, me, it would have been, hey, dude, that happened on somebody else's stream. There's people like that. They'll be like, don't bring it to mine. Me, I don't care. If people want to vent, they can vent. It doesn't bother me. But some people that will come in here will be like, oh my God, that's drama. And you know what? Drama's in the encyclopedia and the dictionary. It's part of life. It's how you deal with it that matters. You know, I love my moderators in here because they're absolutely funny. Um, I prefer people not to block people in here. We have a feature in YouTube where you can time them out for 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes or something like that. It turns out to be. Um, or you can block. I prefer my moderators to time them out and give them a little dunce cap to think about it for a few minutes because I do try to give people a second chance. I don't care what it is. The only thing that I don't like that people can block if they want to is sometimes people will come in here with the N word in their IDs because they're idiots. And I don't like racist IDs. So when someone comes in here with that kind of an ID, you have my permission to block. But for the most part, if somebody comes in here, they call me fat, old, they start telling stupid your mama jokes, just time them out. Don't block them. I can take insults. And I will share the worst thing that's ever happened to me online, Brett, because you're new to my channel. We had a group of people come in, and I had 2 moderators in that night. And I told my moderators, do not block these people. Just let them go. And this guy comes in and says, oh, you're too old to be here. And I'm like, well, then I guess you shouldn't be here either. Because if it wasn't for my age, there wouldn't even be a computer. And he didn't like what I had to say. I said, you know, Bill Gates is older than me. And he designed Microsoft. What's your education level? And he didn't know what to say. And I can be sassy. And then the next thing I get was, oh, your address is this. And he spilled this address out of the room. And I said, actually, you're wrong. That's down the street from me. And the reason why I know this is because when September 11th happened and they did Homeland Security, in the white pages, they messed up my address. Because when me and my husband moved here, we had to go and sign up for the water department and things like that. And they had us at the wrong address. So I told him, I said, so you white paged my address. And he goes, how, you know, he didn't say nothing like, how did I know this? I said, because I know, because I had to write to the white pages online to change it because they had it messed up. So I had a feeling this person was up to no good. And I really didn't want my neighbors down the road bothered with this because it's bad enough they kept getting our mail and we kept getting their mail. And we had to constantly write on our letters in pencil, this is the wrong address. So then the next thing he comes in, something about being fat. And I'm like, really, is that all you got? Is you're going to fat shame me? I said, oh, so what, it's next your mama jokes? I've already been through all this shit. Nothing surprises me. So I know it was hard on my mods because they really wanted to block this person. And then 2 and 3 other IDs came up in here. They had nothing on their profiles, no channels, no pictures, nothing. So, you know, back in from my Yahoo days, that's what booters used to do. On here, it's trolls, which I think they should be called gremlins after midnight because I think trolls are cute. Well, anyways, beside the point, I don't let stuff like that get to me. I play right into it. I'm like a cat with its food. I like to smack it around a little bit before I devour it. I'm the same way with trolls. So, you know, some people could say I deserve this, some people not, but I don't care. I'm not backing down from people and I don't hide. And plus, my address is out there because my bookstore is in my house. So I can't hide. It's not like I have a P.O. box. So, the next thing I know, somebody said something about SWAT. I didn't catch it at first. Well, that night, my husband wasn't home yet. It was just me here with my dog. And next thing I hear, my husband calls on the phone and asks me if I need anything on the way home because he'll stop at Sheetz sometimes. I said, no, I'm fine with it. I heard the garage door go up and I heard pounding on my front door. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Because I'm like, why would he open the garage door and then pound on the front door? Because at first I thought it was my husband. Then it sunk in. I thought, them little bastards. I knew before I even opened the door. I heard, ma'am, can you guys listen? I have a dog in here. I'm going to put her in the back room. Then I'll open the door. Them fuckers I knew called the cops or somebody. So I took my dog and I put her in the back room and shut the door. And then I answered the door and the fucker swatted me. They called 911 and said that my husband killed me and he was planting bombs around the house because he was going to take his life. Really? You're going to sit there and abuse 911 when there's people out there that really need help. And it was the SWAT team in my front yard. They came out of nowhere. I can tell you this, they were really good. My husband about shit his pants. He pulls in here and all he saw was masked men behind him and was shitting his pants because he thought they were robbing till they told him what happened and they had him hide behind my vehicle until they checked it out. Well, one thing I can tell they came in and because I told my moderators not to block these people, they were able to collect the information off my computer and their IDs. So just to give you guys a head up, there's more to the story because, see, I was a Yahooer in the chat room for 6 years, and believe me, they're worse there. They're actually bad people there too. And this is something that I want to share that's really important on YouTube. Never share a video or a live of somebody who has swatted you. Do not, under any circumstances, give them the fame. And that is my reverse psychology. So after the police did what they did, they were telling me, well, ma'am, you need to stay off. The first when they came in, they said, are you on Twitch or something? I said, no, I'm on YouTube. And I told them what happened. And then I told them, they told me to take a week off. I said, I can't. I'm having a sale in 3 days. I'm not hiding. I have a 30-06 rifle in my house. I ain't stupid. I am protected. I have been shooting guns since I was 13. I'll blow the fuckers' heads off if they show up on my porch. So I'm not worried about that. But still, it's like, why are they doing this to people? And they have done this to other crafters. They did it to one person on here so bad, he knew the whole police department by the time they were done. And what it was, because somebody kept saying, oh, she deserved it because she was sassy, or no, I didn't deserve it, and neither does anybody else. But how they found me was they were swatting somebody else that they hated on here. And because I went to his live stream, they targeted his friends. Because if they can't get to you, they'll go after your friends. And that sucks. But see, I can take it. I can take it. And I told the cops, I'm not hiding. I said, because I'm not going to live in fear because of somebody else being stupid. But I told my husband after I closed down everything, I said, I'm not posting the video. I said, how much you want to bet I'll hear from him? I will hear from the person that did it. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, it's reverse psychology. I did not post it and I didn't give them fame because their whole point when they did it, they want you to share it. They want you to post it because that's my handiwork. That's what I did to somebody. I didn't give them the satisfaction. Guess what, people? 3 days later, I got a message through Facebook Messenger saying, how did you like filling out the police forums? Instead of typing it forms, they put FORUMS instead of FORMS. And I'm like, and you think you're going to get fame from me? I don't think so, you little fucking asshole. I said, so how does it feel that I didn't post your garbage? And I pissed them off more because I didn't give them fame, and then they never bothered me again. But that's what they do. It's a game. But I told the cops it's sad that they use resources for emergencies to do this, and they should be in trouble for this. They should not get away with this. And the guy was so stupid when he messaged me through Facebook Messenger. He didn't have anything on his profile, but he followed someone who was supposedly his girlfriend. And I clicked into it and I found who the fuckers were. I found out who they were on my own because they're that stupid. But, anyways, another YouTuber recognized the names, and that's how we found out where they found me. Because he said, I know who these people are, and they've been harassing this other person, and they saw you in the live stream, and that's how they did it. So that's why sometimes I don't like it when my mods block. And it's really sad because you don't know when it's going to happen and when it isn't. But it is what it is. If they would have blocked them, when you block and you refresh, this stuff goes away. And I'm glad they didn't block them. But I was able to come back online and tell them I was okay because the two moderators, oh my God, because they'd never seen anything like this happen before. And I was able to tell them it's okay. I'm okay. I'm tough enough to take this shit. So when you are on a social media platform, you better grow some balls because if you don't, you're not going to make it. You have got to have tough skin to be on here. You have to stand up. You have to have a strong persona to be able to defend yourself. So when something happens, I take care of it. And I try not to get my friends involved. But that's how you have to handle stuff when it happens. And I know some people might not understand that. There's some people that probably would have ran and never came back to YouTube if that happened, especially if YouTube was their first platform. They're probably like, "Oh my God," and freaking it. Because I would, if I wouldn't have had chat experience before coming to YouTube, I probably would crap my pants. But because I have experience on the web, I'm used to it. I know that sounds terrible, but I am. I'm used to the crazy people on here. I mean, I've had people threaten to slit my throats and to be and swatted. I don't think there's much left a person can really do besides actually physically show up on my doorstep. But that's why a lot of the bigger YouTubers, when you see them talking about stars or bigger famous, YouTubers, they'll say this content is not for you to show up at their house. They have disclaimers on a lot of videos that say, please do not harass this person in any way or form because there are some weird people on here. But I mean, it's just tips, that you've got to stand firm. You have to. And you do find out who your friends are when bad things happen. You do. But like, if it would have been me, I don't know exactly what was said in your live last night, word for word, like what happened between that person and Glitter. But for me, it would have been, did I ask your advice on how to run my channel? Don't come in here and talk down to my friends. And unless I ask you for advice, don't give it. And another thing too, it's okay to be friends and suggestive, but to literally attack somebody, no. I wouldn't put up with that. I don't care if they were both my friends. I would have took the first person that started it and I would have dealt with it and said, "No, you're not going to treat my friends like this because this is my stream, my sale. Keep your mouth shut." And if you don't like somebody in it, just don't talk to them. You don't have to talk to people in my sale if you don't like them. That's okay. I go to streams all the time where I have people blocked and I just don't talk to them. You know what I mean? And that's one of the things that I love about some of the sellers on here and whatnot is they announce. Like they'll say, like how you read text, Brett, that's a good thing. because I have some people blocked on here, and when I go into a sale and we're in there together, I don't see them. So if they're bidding against me, I don't see it. And one of the things that I like about one of the sellers is she'll say, "Okay, Tammy's coming in for this amount, and so's coming in for this amount," so that we don't beat each other, because she knows I have these people blocked. So when they bid, it's okay. I don't have to see their bid, and that's okay. But I tell you one thing, I love that block button. It's my favorite button on here. But, though, Brett, he coulda come out and said talk to you in private. He coulda said something to you like, "Let's talk about business," and you coulda done it in an instant message, or you coulda talked through an email. He didn't have to come out in public like that. I wouldn't do that. But, like, when I go into a stream, okay, this is a thing that I have seen a couple Whatnot people do, okay? I've seen you do it, and I've seen somebody else do it. Don't take this wrong. This is just me as a shopper. Um, Sometimes a person doesn't want to repeatedly run the clock. Like, you have the same thing sitting there and you repeatedly run it like 4 or 5 times, and it probably does get boring to you and frustrating. So then you'll get up there and you'll say, "Okay, I have this, had this. What are you interested in seeing?" And there's nothing wrong with that. But when I first came into a Whatnot app, before when I first came into my first sale, I kinda started thinking everybody should do the same auction the same way, but it doesn't work that way because we're all snowflakes, we're different. My philosophy would be, how, like, you do the $3 and then you switch to the 6 and then you went to the 15, that was good because you're showing it once, and and you're constantly having new people join, which is different than YouTube, because when we have a sale here on YouTube, I send out an email to my friends. Now, some are on different time zones, so they might come in and say, "Hey, what did I miss?" Because most of the time when it's a YouTube sale, it's the same people that are hanging out the whole time. It's not the consistent joining like you have on Whatnot. And I've been observing this, like, I've just been watching. And I know that sometimes you feel like, "Oh my god, I'm repeating myself over and over and over again," but you do it good. You don't sound like you're getting bored. You keep an upbeat to your voice, which is good. But to me, what we do on YouTube is this. Of course, like I said, we don't have the continual people coming in though either. I'm trying to figure out a better format. Like, if I would sell on Whatnot, what would I do? Because I had thought about it at one point till I found out they didn't take media mail. But what we do on YouTube is we show an item. If it doesn't sell, we put it in a pile beside us. And then we'll do the next thing, put it in a pile beside us. But we keep it a variety. Like, when I first started, and this is trial and error. When I first started doing it, I would show like a whole hour of the same damn thing. Like, it'd be like a whole hour of different color laces. Well, people get bored with that. So then I started doing like 10 minutes of something, like 10 minutes of napkins or 10 minutes of cards, and then that got tired. So then this is what I decided to do, Brett. I decided to make a list of multiple different items. Instead of just doing coins or instead of just doing stamps, this is how I would do it. I would make a list and have it right beside me. And I seen a seller do this in her sale. That's what gave me the idea. And I thought, this is perfect. She prints out a list and she checks it. And what she does is she keeps her sales interesting because she'll show one thing and then put it aside. It could be like A, B, and C of stickers, or uh, say like how you have 3 different faces on your copper coins. You could do A, B, C, and put 3 different faces down, and say you have 4 or 5 of the same faces, line them up. I have 3 of this, 4 of this, 5 of this, A, B, C. If you win, you get to pick which one you want. Another thing that she did was she would switch the next thing to something else. It would be A, B, and C of coins, or she would have A, B, and C of sets of stamps. Then the next one would be A, B, and C. Now, I know you're not selling a whole bunch of different things, but you do Pokemon, coins, and stamps. So you could try that and see what happens. But I do like your chests. The chests are cute because you seem like you got that down, because you do seem like you got sales that way because nobody can see what's in them. And that makes it exciting. So what I started doing with my sales is I would do ABC if I had more than one of something, or I would just show the one thing and say, hey, I've got like 6 of these. The first 6 needs gets it, flat price it. Not always do I auction. Some things I would have auction, some things I would have flat price, which I know on Whatnot. It's better to do the auctions because, you're making money regardless. But, do your thing how your timer runs. But if it doesn't sell, don't run it 3 times. This is how I would do it. If it didn't sell, I'll set it aside. I'll bring out the next thing. Then when I'm done with the list, how I prepared it for the night, at the very end, say you're going to tell yourself, okay, I'm going to give it a half an hour, and then I'm going to bed. That last half hour, lay down the shit that didn't sell and do it again as like a follow-up. And I've seen people do better because you have a different set of people coming in, like your morning people are coming in, and they hadn't seen that from earlier. And I have seen people do that, and then they end up selling the stuff they didn't sell earlier. It's really finicky because with us, like I said, when I first start a sale, a lot of the same people stay to the end. I always stay from the beginning to the end. But then I will have my Canadian people come in on a different time zone. And then at the end of the sale, I have people that weren't there earlier. But you guys have a constant join and leave, join and leave, join and leave. So it's, trying to figure out how to do it, but have a variety. You know what I mean? That way you're not wasting the 30 seconds repeatedly on the same thing 3 times. I would change it out every single time and see how you do, except your treasure boxes. Because I think when it's hidden, it's more mystic. It's more of a mystery. And just see what happens with it. Like there's so many sellers on here that sell different ways, but the one that I like the most was the one who kept switching, because it kept it exciting and it kept it like, okay, she's not going to do coins for an hour. She's not going to do stamps for an hour. Because I did the same thing. I would sell playing cards, even though they were different ones on the things. And people were like, are you still on playing cards? So then I switched to napkins. Like I started doing like 10 minutes of cards and like 10 minutes of, you know what I mean? Pick a time and then go from there. Like so many minutes of it and then switch to something completely new. And it just refreshes. Because I noticed your stream, you'll have some of the same names join in and leave in it, but then you have a constant new flow. And it just to see. But I wouldn't do like one whole night of coins and one whole night of stamps. Bring it. Bring Pokemon. Do so many minutes of it. And then bring coins and then bring stamps and give a variety and see what happens. And I wouldn't put coin in your title or stamp in your title. When you go to title your sale, put variety or miscellaneous to where people expect it. Because when I do my sales, I'll put like craft supply sales. Um, if it's craft supplies, people might think it's tools and this and this and this, but I'll put like ephemera so they know they're going to get more paper. You want to be specific, but at the same time, a variety, if that makes any sense. Just try it once and see if it works. And if it doesn't, you can go back to your way. But I'm always game to switch it up, because there are people that like build a bundles. I had a friend that did build a bundles for 20 minutes and she did fantastic with it. But it is hard because you do have people coming in and out all the time. Yeah. And sometimes if you ask, I think, like it's hard for me to say, "Hey, Brett, this is what I want to see tonight." I'm one of those shoppers that I can't tell you. When you say to me, "Tammy, what do you think I should sell?" I can't answer that. I'm a shopper. If I see it and I want it, I'll buy it. You know what I mean? Like, you knew I liked horses, so you would hold up the horse stamp, and yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's all I'll buy. Like, you could hold up a ship or a butterfly or something with a different color, and then I'll be like, "Oh my god, I like that color combination. I like that." I can't pick a specific, though. Like, I can't tell you until you show me what you have. Like, sometimes, if this makes any sense, sometimes I'll go into a sale and somebody would say to me on YouTube, "What do you want me to show you?" You know what I tell them? "Show me your whole table of what you have, and I'll tell you." Does that make sense, Brett? Because I don't know what they have. So say I'm shopping on a budget and they show one horse thing and I put all my money into that, but then they show this amazing butterfly. I'm like, damn it, if I'd have known they had that butterfly, I probably wouldn't have bought the horse. You know what I mean? I want to see all your merchandise before I pick. It's like walking into Walmart. You're not seeing one thing at a time. You're looking at a whole aisle. You know what I mean? And it's really hard because every time I would go in and, I have a crafter that lays out all her stuff on her table. And I'm like, show me your smorgasbord. I want to see the feast. And then I'll tell you because you're limited on space. I have this little space right here, and this is all you can see is what I put in front of you, but I'm not showing you everything. And it sucks when you're out of money before you're halfway through the sale and there's more stuff that you would have rather had. You know what I'm saying? That's what I have a hard time about selling online because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like limited space. It's limited vision. I don't know what all you have. So I can't tell you. But you were showing the coins, and it's like, "Okay, that's okay, but nah, we'll see what he has next." And then you'll show another one, and it'll be, "Oh, I really like that one." So I have you put it aside, and then I saw the police one. I thought, "Damn it, I just spent my money, and now he's showing me another one I like." You see what I mean? So it's like, it's hard, where if you have more choices then people have a comparison to what I like better because I've noticed you had some sellers in there going, "What do you got, Brett? What do you got?" And that's because they wanna see more of your merchandise before they pick. And that's where it gets tough, where if you have, like, an ABC and you do the same thing with a pile of Pokemons, then a person could say, "Well, what's in it?" And I noticed when you were pulling out a bunch of Pokemons, they were saying, "Okay, I want that one, but not that one. I want this one." But then if it's random and you make the announcement, "This is a random pile of Pokemons, Brett," don't give them the choice. You are a person that likes to please, and you will shuffle. I wouldn't do that on random. Keep a firm. This is what you're going to get in this pile. This is what you're going to, when I say random, that doesn't mean you get to pick through your cards because that wastes your time as the seller. Random means exactly that. And I'll tell you, a person that does that on here is Michelle Scott. When she does a build a bundle, there is no swapping. She'll say it's random. This is what you get. You don't want this pal, then you're not getting it because I'm not going to take the time to shuffle. So when you say random, you got to stick to your guns. And if they choose to leave, Brett, let them because you're always going to have another seller that wants Pokemons. There's a time as a seller where you can do things to please people, but then there is a time as a seller you have to put your foot down. And Michelle says, when I say random, that's all you're getting is random. Now, if I say you can pick through the pile, then that's different. You know, like some people, I like blue. I don't particularly like random postcards. I'd rather pick them. But if you're moving as a seller, you have to put your foot down. But that's just tips. And this is me learning off of other sellers myself because I was falling into the same thing. And I kept saying, well, I just want to get rid of this whole basket of cards. And an hour later, I'm still showing cards. Well, I lost people. My numbers dropped tremendously because not everybody wants to stick around for an hour while I'm going through cards because they might be here for the lace or they might be here for my napkins. So I started doing a variety. I'll be like, okay, I'm going to do like 3 sets. I mean, and you don't have to do like A, B, and C of just coins and then go to the next. You say, okay, I'm going to sell coins for the next 3 sales and do like A, B, C or your chest and then move to something else. Like how you were switching it out through the $3, $6, and 15. But you need something in the middle. Instead of going from 3 to 6 to 6 to 15 is huge. That's a huge leap. And I think that's why people were like, oh my God, he just went from 6 to 15. That's a lot of money. I would go from like 3 to 6, maybe like a 10, and then a 15. Have something in between that 6 and 15 because that's a huge leap. Just try it. I don't know what you have for $10, but that's what I would do. And that way you're given a variety of low and upper cost. But I like that you do that because sometimes when you go into a sale, it's like all the same. You're kind of giving the thrifters a choice to spenders a choice, which makes it nice. Yeah, like, I mean, you're creative. I love your mystery boxes. I have not seen another seller do that. And people love a mystery. You know, I bought a mystery box one time off of eBay of ephemera. And oh, do I love this box. Now I did 2 of them and then I did an unboxing and one was fabulous. The other one sucked. But when you have a mystery that happens, you know, it's just what happened was the one she hardly put anything in there and it was like, "What?" And then I had another box that was like, "Oh my god, there was so much stuff in it I about died." I mean, this other one really went out of their way and really packed this sucker for the price I paid. So it's hit or miss, you know, because I think one was more of a vintage seller where the other one was more like an estate cleanupper, and I think they were just trying to get rid of the stuff. So I got a better deal with that person than I did the other. Oh, I think it's hysterical. And I told you, did I or did I not tell you? Brett, you better have the mystery boxes for sale because I knew people were going to come in and ask you for those. I knew it. He has these cute little chests, and who wouldn't love them? When I go into the Dollar General, They have really cool baskets that look like in chests that are bigger. And when I saw his chest when I was in his sale on Whatnot, I said, "Brett, you better get some of them boxes to sell because I bet you people are gonna wanna come in here." And what's nice about them, think from a business perspective, Brett, people are gonna buy coins off of you to fill those chests because it's small enough, and look at that guy, you got 3 of them, and you said his stuff fit in every single one of them because it's a great packing. You know what I mean? You're putting all the stuff inside the chest and shutting it, and that's actually a great packing box. I told you, you need to get some more. And you know, another thing that I think would be fun for you to pull one time if you think about it, just think about this for a second. Take your mystery boxes. This is just an idea because this is something that would even intrigue me on your sales. Get some that you're going to sell and put your stuff in them, Brett. Fill them boxes. Put stamps in them, put coins in them, and put a few like Pokemons in there, dude, and sell the entire box for one price with everything in it. I'm just saying, try it. You could probably, whatever you could fit in one of those as a variety box and sell the box. Start out an auction at a certain price because on here, what they do on YouTube, I told you, they'll take cigar boxes. I wish I could show you a video. They took cigar boxes. I'll tell you who's really good at this is Pearl. She'll put layers of lace. Then she'll put a doily or something that's been embroidered over top of it. And she layers it completely full. Depending on what she spent, she'll say, okay, this is coming up for auction with a starting price of $25. Or this is up for auction for the starting price of 30, depending on what she spent on the cigar box and the contents. And you should see those suckers fly. When you are in a sale on here for crafting, you should see what those full boxes go for. That's what I said. I would try those chests and put stuff in them. Whatever you can fit and fill it. Think about the price you paid for the box and the content, and then start them out like at a certain price and see what happens. I want to see how they go. I want to see how they do. I think that would be cute. A mystery chest box full of items and sell them. Oh, they won't? Well, whatever you can fit in them. I would fill them with stamps and coins and wheat pennies, just a variety. I wouldn't even do like just wheat pennies. I'd put like a copper, a couple wheat pennies, whatever, like a mixture. Make it a treasure chest, Brett, to where people will bid on the box. Say the box is coming with these. I have A, B, and C with the boxes included, and they're filled with goodies. And the starting price is this, and we'll see what happens. I'm just saying, try it. I think it would be cool. Just wait till I get paid. Yeah, jewelry would be good too. Just a mixture. Give them a treasure box. I would stick a couple coins in, a piece of jewelry. Make it a variety in one box. I wouldn't do like just jewelry or just stamps. Stick a wheat penny in there, stick a pack of stamps in there, stick a piece of jewelry in there. Like make it a true treasure. a variety. That's what I'm saying. Just try it and see what happens. I think it'd be fun. You're going to shake up the whatnot community. It'll be fun. And then you just got to catch the right people. And it doesn't hurt to ask people, like, you know, say you're sitting there and you have some people that you know, because you know some of your shoppers. You got some people that like coins, you have some people that like stamps. When those particular people are in there, you can say, hey, what do you want to see for sale? And if they don't answer you, then, just put up what you want. But I would just show stuff. You know what I mean? I wouldn't like keep pulling stuff up in front of you, just auction. Just throw some random stuff in there. If nobody answers you, don't wait. Just stick an item in there like a package of stamps. Say, okay, I'm going to start it at this and run it. That doesn't sell, put it aside. Grab your next item. Stick it in there. Do the timer again. This is what's up next. And keep it going. That way you get your cash flow faster. It's kind of like you're pleasing your sales, but at the same time, you're making it to where you're not repeatedly doing the same thing 3 times where you're getting tired of it. Just keep it going. And, like a crayon box, have them all lined up like this in a row, and then just keep switching it back to the same ones because you're getting constantly new people in. So you'll do this one, then you'll do this one, then you'll do this one, and you go all the way down the line and start over again. That's what I would do. And that way you're constantly changing. Like this will be a coin, this will be a stamps, this will be a set of Pokemon cards, or an ABC, and then switch it out to the next ABC. You know what I mean? I just want to see how you do, if you do any better or not. I mean, I don't know. I definitely don't have a degree in business. My daughter does. I told my daughter when we had our last community yard sale, my oldest daughter has a master's in business administration. And let me tell you, she did a fantastic job on our last community yard sale. We have a garage, and she set up a pop-up, just like a roof. It was raining at first. We didn't know what the weather was going to be like. So she set a table up this way and a table up this way. She hung clothes up underneath the poles on the tent, and she had these set up with her stuff. And then as the day progressed and the weather changed, she moved this table out and this table out. And the way she represented everything different, like in the front, she had like plastic toys here, a table with clothes here, books over here. I mean, she did an amazing job, and she had really good sales at our community yard sale, the way she presented everything. She did really good. So I try to learn from her too, besides, what I see in sales, to give tips if I can. But this is something that's just suggestive. It doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean, oh, Brad, I'm not going to be your friend, or I'm going to get mad at you because you didn't try it. I don't roll that way. It's just all suggestives. And hey, I'm learning too. I am definitely not a know-it-all. I will be learning till the day I die, because I have switched my sales up so many different ways. I've been selling, and it just depends on the crowd you draw to. Depends on when a person comes in, what they're looking for. Does a person like a variety? There's some people that buy from me, they like me selling freaking napkins for half an hour, and it doesn't bother them. But then there's other people, it's like, no, we want to see a variety, because you can't please everybody. You can only do what you do, and just keep switching it up to see what happens. Well, that's a habit with us as crafters, Brett, because it's something that with me, I mean, I have a mother who's a diabetic with a high blood pressure, and sometimes her sugar will drop and we have to remind her, and I'll hear you over there with a dry mouth and say, okay, Brett, it's time to take a break, go get your water. And you do feel like a mom mod. Somebody told me one time, you sound like a mom. I go, because I am. Two daughters. I am a mom. And we do. I mean, there's a lady on here that sells its on medicine. And every once in a while, she has a lady that sells with her, and she says, hey, it's such and such time. You need to take your meds. That's what friends are for. We're here to make sure you stay hydrated and you eat. And because I know sometimes I can get caught up. When I was doing my one journal, I was trying to get my one finished. And when I get caught up in a project that I'm trying to do and get done really fast, I started probably like at 6 or 7 at night. I didn't get done till 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, I go to get up, my legs don't move, my mouth is dry, and I wonder why my stomach's growling. Here I missed lunch, missed dinner, didn't drink anything because we do get sidetracked. And I didn't have somebody here to remind me. The only thing I have to worry about is taking my dog out to the bathroom. Sometimes she'll go before I start my lives, and sometimes I have to pause it because she lets me know when she's got to go. But then there's sometimes I have to get her butt out of bed. I have to literally tell my dog, okay, it's time for you to go pee. And it's sad because she's like really out of it. Aw, I'm glad I met you guys too. I have so much fun with you all. And there's a lot of respect, and that's another thing I like hanging out on your stream is there's pretty much a lot of respectful people. I like Thrifty Treasures too, Tanya. I think she is so sweet. She has her little queen chair and she's sewing her brooches on her little princess chair. I think she's so funny. And she's so respectful. And I think when you hang out with respectful people, it's good. To me, this is what I always tell people. If you're hanging out with somebody and you feel your IQ slipping, it's time to move on. You need some fresh friends. And I don't mean to be ignorant, but yeah, there's sometimes you can just get that one little negative Nancy in the crowd. It could be a male or a woman, and they're down all the time. And it's like, I just want to have somebody smiling around me today. So you can just sit in the corner because I'm playing with my new friend over here that's going to make me happy. Because I feel like you should learn off of people. And if they're not lifting you in the right direction, then there's something wrong. It's just like this one girl. We did a panel on Ty's stream one time, and she was talking about relationships. And there was me in the long term one. There was a girl that wasn't in one yet because she hadn't found the right guy. And then there was another girl that she went through a few. She just wasn't impressed. It was a nice variety on Ty's channel. We had a fun talk. And even the years I've been married, listening to a fresh perspective was really cute because Ty says, well, Tammy, we want to know how you did it for 30 something years. And I said, well, to me, the key is you can have an opposite attract, but when you're with somebody, you better have things in common too, besides things apart. You know, you shouldn't be up the other person's ass all the time. You got to have things you do on your own. I don't care if you like to play bowling or go to bingo or your husband hunts or does something. You have time together and you have to have time apart. You can't smother each other. And this song that I love the best that resonates with any relationship is Hold On Loosely and Don't Let Go, because if you cling too tightly, you'll lose control. And that's where relationships fail. And that's why we lasted. Because my husband, I just kick him in the butt, tell him to go away. Go camping. I don't want to deal with your shit. I like having a break from him, and believe me, I need one sometimes. And I'm sure he needs one from me. He used to go camping with his dad, and they used to take off. I love it. I love being at home by myself. I could care less. I'm not one of those clingy type people. He's got to be up my ass because I enjoy the peace. And I'm sure he does too. But on the flip side, if you don't have things in common once the honeymoon's over and the sex isn't everything, you're in trouble. You better at least like board games or traveling to the same places or doing some things together, because that can't be the basis of every relationship is just sex. You got to have something more. And I loved what this one young girl said on Ty's panel, because she really made me think of something in a different way too. Is she said, when you pick a mate, especially me as a woman, she's very religious, and it was the way she put it. If man is next to God, then the kind of man that I want to end up with is somebody that I can trust to lead my family. He better be the type that I can look up to and respect, somebody that can lead our kids in the right direction, no matter what sex they are, and not play favoritism. He needs to have that role. Not perfect, but at least be somebody I know that's guiding me in the right direction. I really liked what she said, because a lot of people don't think of that when they start in a relationship. And she was very knowledgeable, and I like that. And then there was another lady that's like, my daughter gave me this keychain I carry with me. You know what it says? Men are like lottery tickets. You rub a lot of losers before you find a winner. And sometimes it's both ways for men and women. Sometimes you get into a few relationships and they're just not the greatest, and you just know they're not going to go anywhere. So you got to end it. And ending a relationship or a marriage is not fun to be in that situation either. It's hard. But sometimes you got to. And I feel like if you pick a partner you can grow with, and somebody that you feel that you're going to be better with each day, then you have found a good mate. But if it's somebody who makes you feel stagnant or they're abusive, and I always tell people, when you start dating somebody, look at how he treats you in every single environment before you decide. Seriously. If he's a moderate drinker or drunk, you'll find out. See how he treats you when he's drinking. See how he treats you when he's with his friends. See how he treats you when you're alone. See how he treats you in front of his family. And if you can look at him in all these circumstances and how he treats you as a person, then you pretty much know how you're going to be treated. Like, for instance, you can date, this is just from a woman's perspective, so don't take this wrong out there for you men. But like, I dated somebody once. He was all nice to me when it was just me and him, but when his friends were around, he acted like he didn't know me. Who the hell wants to stay in a relationship like that? You know what I mean? Like, you really have to really pay attention and keep the blinders off. Because I don't want somebody that ignores me when his friends are around. I don't want him to be all over me like a puppy dog either. He doesn't have to be standing there slobbering all over me when his friends are around, but he could at least grab my hand and walk across the road, or stand beside me when he's talking to his friends, just not like totally shut me out. You know what I mean? Some people are weird. If you look at him in all the circumstances, then you see what you have. And if I could take this advice back to my younger me, this would be the advice I would take. You know, I think about that all the time. If I go back to the younger me, what would I say to myself? I'd be like, girl, you better open your eyes. You're going to run into some doozies. You're You're going to have some crazy friendships. You're going to have some nutty boyfriends. But yeah, you live and learn. But anyways, I'm going to go. My hubby's actually heating up um, some food for us. He tells me all the time, I work all these. He's gone from 12 in the afternoon till 12 at midnight. And he's like, you make me cook. My husband's a whiner. And I said, Mike, really? It's frozen. All you're doing is shoving it in the oven. Boo hoo. It's not like you're stuffing me a chicken and making me the works. But oh my God, he's so funny. But I like my whiny husband. I could smack his ass. I'm just teasing. He likes his butt smacked. He'll tell me the other chick's jealous. Brett, he's as ornery as you are. He gets in the shower, I smack his butt cheek, he'll say, do the other side. It's jealous. My husband's a smart ass. That's why we get along sometimes. It's funny. My Facebook friends and family, I'm actually on both places. I can only imagine what they're gonna think when they see this on Facebook. Oh my God, she said that about her husband. That's okay though. But thank you both for hanging out with me today. I had fun. And I will see you on your next sale, Brett. Get your stuff ready. I don't know how much room you have, but you should see my sales. Mine are either lined up in the hallway by the computer up here, or they're a mess in a pile downstairs by my other computer. I have a mess no matter where I'm at. My husband calls me Pigpen with crafting supplies. You guys take care. It was nice meeting you too, Cherise. Good night, Brett. Be good. You guys stay safe. Bye.